Thinkers and gamers, welcome back to Tales of Praxis, an analytical series studying Bandai Namco's Tales games by myself, Aaron Suduko, the founder of With a Terrible Fate. WithATerribleFate.com, for those of you who don't know, is your online volunteer publication home for all of the most sophisticated and involved analyses of specifically the storytelling of your favorite narrative medium. That's right, video games. We've been doing publications and studies of all kinds in written format, lectures, podcasts, now streams, everything in between for going on almost a decade. And for the last 8 months or so, I've been embarking on this adventure of Tales of Praxis in an effort to, through these live book clubs on Twitch, as well as through written studies published on With a Terrible Fate, understand the totality of the storytelling language that Namco's Tales series of JRPGs concerns itself with, what themes it's wrestling with, what it wants us to consider, not just in terms of each individual game, but more important, in terms of the connections between every single game and entry in the series. So if you're interested in exploring and celebrating some true masterpiece artworks, I encourage you to check that out. If you'd like to learn more about With a Terrible Fate or Tales of Praxis, or see a lecture that we gave specifically on Tales of Arise and how to understand its language through the context of the Tales series and what it is for it to count as a JRPG, or to support us because we are indeed a volunteer effort. There are plenty of links which I just dropped in the chat and invite you to check out. We are on day 2 of a special marathon adventure, which is interrupting our regularly scheduled stream of Tales of Grace's F, which will be back after this, to dive into and celebrate at launch this brand new, wonderful piece of Tales content that Bandai Namco has blessed us with, the DLC to Tales of Arise. That's right, Beyond the Dawn. So we had a rich first stream with it yesterday, in which we met the mysterious Nazamil, daughter of the deposed Waterlord, whom we heard about but never directly met during the events of the main story. Half blood of a Renan lord and half Danon blood of one of his consort's servants. It's as yet not perfectly clear, but a poor girl about Rinwell's age, whose main traits so far seem to be that she was abjectly neglected, physically and verbally abused throughout her upbringing, presumably owing to her mixed blood, but we're not quite sure yet, and also that she was experimented on in a way similar to Alphen and Shion by the Helganquil and the other envoys and vassals of the great astral spirit of Rena. We spent a lot of time getting to know the windswept city of Niaz and to see everything that had happened post-world unification, and all of the segregation that had been imposed to manage the integration, but not quite perfect integration, of Renans into Danon society, not in a totally dissimilar way to how Renan astral energy has kind of, but not perfectly, been integrated into Dana, since the worlds are supposed to be entirely fused, but thanks to these mausoleum devices, which we still don't fully understand the purpose of quite yet, that energy hasn't been fully integrated and settled into a perfectly unified world. Now we are in the earthen city of Viscint, Dohalim's old stomping grounds, and I imagine we're going to see another portrait of what the world looks like now, what a different locale and culture is doing in order to formulate a new autonomous government and integrate Renans in what was always the city that was most vocally in favor of coexistence, even during the time of the Renan occupation. So excited to see how this world continues to unfold and what more we might learn about Nazamil and her past, and the history of the Helganquil and everything else that they tried in service of the great astral spirit of Rena back in the day. So if you did just stumble upon us here, it's going to be spoiler warnings for everything going forward in Beyond the Dawn. If somehow you're showing up and have already gotten ahead of us, please, please, please don't spoil anything that we haven't gotten to yet. The whole conceit of this live book club is to work through an experience and discuss all of this rich new content together. But like the DLC, we are presupposing familiarity with Tales of Arise. And if you're a fan coming to us with a broader background in the Tales series, please feel free, and in fact, I encourage you to draw intertextual connections between what we're going to be seeing here and those other games, but be mindful of spoiler-rich content for other games. If you want to talk about something, say, from Tales of Vesperia or Tales of the Abyss, please feel free to make those callouts in the chat, but be careful of spoiling too much. I can't wait to get back into it. One thing that it had been on my list to mention last time, and I forgot, so I was going to, just by way of getting back in this evening, was, like I've mentioned before on the stream, I have this wonderful art book from the original Tales of Arise, which I got with the collector's edition, as I've been amassing various odds and ends of Tales collectabilia as an homage to this Tales of Praxis series that I've been working on. By the way, since crests are such a big part of this DLC as well, how about that crest of the Sovereign on the front and then the crest of the Maiden on the back, so we can see the various roles that were imposed upon Alphen and Shion respectively, literally bookending this representation of Tales of Arise. But like I mentioned, one of the things that was really interesting to me and not obvious until I was sitting down with this guide and this art book was the ages of the characters. And since that was already coming up again in the stream yesterday, I figured it would be good to get on the same page about it. So we have all of their ages in this book, and then I'll crank it up to do N+1 since we know it's a year later in the DLC. So Alphen is now 22 years young. Of course, we know in a cosmic sort of way he's much older than that because of the way in which he was kidnapped from Dana and then put in suspended animation by Nayori when she helped him to escape from Lenegus and the machinations of the Helganquil and everything, but set that to the side. For all intents and purposes, in terms of how long he's actually been able to age in a normal way, he's 22. Shion is 20, so a couple years younger than Alphen. Rinwell is now 15, and we also got that tidbit. We haven't had the actual age of Nazamil explicitly identified yet, but the party was talking about how she seems to more or less be the same age as Rinwell. So Nazamil is probably roughly 15 as well, for all we know so far. Law is now 17, so a couple years older than Rinwell, in the same way that Alphen is a couple years older than Shion. Kisara is now 26. So of a relative age that puts her in a good position to be the mom of the group in the way that she purports to be. And then Dohalim, our resident senior, is my age, 29 years old, the resident old fellow. Certainly not the oldest among Tales protagonists, but among this group, the senior citizen, so to speak. So if he comes off as a little longer in the tooth, with a bit more of a seasoned perspective, it's not because he's wise beyond his years or just a man out of time. It's simply because he's older than everyone else. Maybe there's more to it than that, but that at least is one factor, which was one of the most interesting things to me, learning the ages of this cast, because I always thought Dohalim was simply a little stuffy because that was his personality. But if you think about a 29-year-old going around with a bunch of kids, some of which are more than 10 years younger than he is, I think it's only natural that he might feel a little bit out of place. So that helped me to wrap my head around him. So hopefully those ages are interesting for you too, as we think about the various dynamics and relationships that will continue to unfold across this new chapter of this wonderful world and story to which we are being treated. In terms of the format of what you can expect for the rest of the evening, it's another 5-hour marathon, my friends. I am looking forward to it. We'll take a quick 5 minutes tops, but probably even shorter than that, intermission halfway through at the 2.5-hour mark, just for everyone to breathe and reflect as one does during intermissions, even at the theater. And since we're treating this as a celebration of art, that should be celebrated and expected as the norm, rather than something that is unusual and beyond the pale. And we'll rock on through, and the plan is to do these 5-hour blocks through the weekend and potentially through at least Tuesday, assuming there's enough content to keep us going till then. And if there's more at that point, we'll make a subsequent schedule. If we wrap up before then, I will adjust the schedule accordingly too. With that, how about that? That's how you know it's new Tales content. I've said everything that I intended to say, and I wrapped up in 11 minutes, which is probably a new record for shortest recent preamble to a stream and live book club adventure on this guy's account. Speaking of being a little long in the tooth. but that's just because I'm champing at the bit to get back into this wonderful new adventure with you all. So let's get to it. We had just gotten a little bit of context from a representative of a various arm of the Viscint government in terms of everything that had been happening in the intervening year between the end of the main game and where we are now. And now I think it's on us to explore the town a little bit and get to know the shape of what everyone's interests are, how Viscint is dealing with the integration of Renans from Lenegus, and hopefully find another mausoleum or something else that'll give us more access to learning about Nazamil and help her to come out of her shell and all of her deep-seated trauma. It is interesting, too, it's the last thing I'll say by way of preamble, because those of you who have been playing Tales of Graces along with us know that there are some similar themes in terms of kids who go through trauma and characters who feel very isolated and retreat into themselves. We've been seeing that very directly and very recently with everything that's been happening with Richard in the recent Tales of Graces streams. But this idea of having an older, more mature party that has already been through its main adventure and is then passing on its insights and maturity to a younger, mistreated, isolated, introverted kid in order to help her have a better fate than the lot that has been cast for her up to this point, I think is an unusual and interesting and pretty inspiring way to show the impact and influence of a JRPG party's journey on the next generation and how they can really pass on their lessons to the rest of the world and help it to grow into something different than the situation that all of them had growing up or even at the start of their journey. So I'm excited to further explore that dynamic as we get more into this. And with that, let's dig back into it. Welcome back to Tales of Praxis. All right. So when you need directions, just do this and they'll pop right up. It may be simple for a Renan like you, but it ain't so easy for me. It is certainly an interesting way to show the development and the clash of cultures to have these pieces of Renan technology just hanging around in the old, traditionally Danon areas. I see. Okay, try this. Put your hand on the screen, give it a flick to the right, then swipe up.
This city feels gentle somehow.
Well, it has always been a fertile land, but maybe the close relationships between residents play a bigger role.
So they get along well?
Huh? What am I doing, you ask? I tend to the flower beds to keep the city looking pretty and to soothe the hearts of visitors. It's one of the many things we do to support the society that Magal wanted to protect, a society in which Danons and Renans coexist. Magal, who is Kisara's deceased brother, if anyone had forgotten that from the main storyline. 1, 2, 1, 2. Tending to plants is hard work. But it's way more fun if we all do it together. I wonder why. Speaking of the next generation having a better chance at progressive thinking and coexistence.
What did you find?
Horse meat. I'm not stoked about it. Can you believe 2 full-grown adults like us are lost? Viscint sure is sprawling. The Service Corps' duty is to protect the safety of every life within the city's borders. Of course, that goes for that cat over there as well. Where's the cat? I wanted to celebrate the animal life. Oh, there, hiding. Sneaky. Finding a cozy spot as cats will do. It almost looks as if it's hunting something, but I don't see anything there. Maybe hunting a ghost, as cats will also do.
Okay. Who's gonna be it next? No astral arts allowed. Hey, I'm no cheater.
We're playing tag. No grown-ups allowed. Grown-ups are too fast.
Does it strike you as odd for Renan and Danon children to play together?
I'm not sure. I never played with kids my age, but I could tell that those children don't care who's Renan and who's Danon.
That's knowing this series, I have to imagine that's a deliberate but very subtle homage to one of the first games in the series as well, Tales of Destiny, which I recently played and published an enormous study on in comparative conversation with Tales of Vesperia, which I think I had occasion to share last stream too, but I'll share it again for anyone who's interested.
Menancia always soothes my soul. I no longer rule here, but it still pleases me to hear you say so.
You deserve some credit, man. Menancia couldn't be what it is now without your help.
He's right, Dohalim. Still, it has plenty of room to grow.
That's right. Which means our work is far from over.
Let's do everything we can to help Menancia improve, bit by bit.
I love these little side conversations as we're adventuring, but man, the group has a way of talking over me when I'm trying to make points while we're adventuring around. So one of the little mini games, one of the first mini games in the series, is in one of the towns in the world of Tales of Destiny. As you're adventuring through it, there are kids playing a game of tag, and they will challenge you to actually participate in it and play with them. So I don't know if it's pointing out the fact that, like we were just talking about, some of the members of this group are older than the group that you have in Tales of Destiny, or just the fact that these kids in this different context are more interested in playing on their own as opposed to inviting outsiders in. But to have the idea of kids playing tag and not inviting the party to join them is a fun point of contrast with one of the earliest Tales games. This is Viscint, the capital of Alde Menancia. We only allow people to move here if they accept our values of coexistence. Hey, Doug, welcome back. Good to see you, my friend. We're just getting started, as you can see. That's why our city is so peaceful. I'm transporting food to Neo's. It's been dangerous since we're doing it with only a few people. But recently, there have been offers from Renans who want to help, apparently. Thanks to what we resolved in our subquest last time. We've been risking our lives to transport food, so their offers really mean a lot. Do I need to rest? No, everyone's all rested up. But I think the shop is in here too, if memory serves.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Alright, I wanted to see if the shop in another region would have those Zoogle parts that we needed to resolve the other subquest. So I was a little frustrated that we didn't end up with the right materials to see it through at the end of last time. Windswept Mane, I believe, is what we need, which, no, still not available for sale. Maybe we'll find it in an enemy drop in this region. That's what I will hope for now. And just put it out of my mind and try not to fixate on it too much. Alright, and we just forged new weapons last time,
There's
so
someone who makes weapons.
I think we're
A
good.
Danon blacksmith.
Ever since the merging of our worlds, they've been finding odd structures all over the planet. I don't know why we never found them before. Why now? It's a good question. Hoping we'll get more color on that in this stream. I have a feeling we just might. Which is why I have to fight all of my impulses to rush to the next story point, because I do want to just take some time to live in the town and see all the conversations people are having. But it's hard to play it slowly, I'll tell you. Hey, soldier, shouldn't you be working? Looks like everyone's training at the bottom of the stairs. I don't know what it's like in other countries, but here in Menancia, everything's peaceful. Plus, the Gold Dust Cats and the Elde Menancia Guard merged into the Service Corps. Yeah, I got a feeling that might just be the MO through the DLC playthrough, Doug. So I'm sure they'll be back once it's back to Tales of Graces, but I think they're just probably working through this on their own. Maybe over the weekend, though, they'll get ahead of us and then want to trickle in to talk about it. I wouldn't be surprised. This is also earlier than we usually start the stream on Friday, so I wouldn't put it past some people to show up and at least say hi at the usual start time, too. It doesn't make the slightest difference if I'm there or not. We can't have soldiers skipping out on their jobs, but whatever, have a drink. I know I can count on you in an emergency. You can't be on duty all the time, right? Haha, good point. You should have another drink too.
Renin and Danon's soldiers fight alongside each other?
You mean the Service Corps? Well, they don't fight so much as protect people.
Regardless of whether they're Renin or Danon?
Yes. Anyone who shares our ideal of coexistence is welcome here.
Looks like we have another memorial here. Those who were robbed of their physical form are memorialized here, not for the past, but for the future. Ah, so a specific memorial marking all of the poor souls who were hollowed during the events of the main game of Tales of Arise here, with the Fruit of Helgen plot. Wow, I'm amazed I could put that term into the ether from the inside of my mind. Yes, because Dohalim thought that he was ruling a kingdom that perfectly espoused the principles of coexistence, but his own advisors, chiefly Kelzelik, resented his approach to rule and were slyly basically poisoning the Danons using the Fruit of Helgen in order to siphon off their astral energy to the point that they literally liquefied and lost their physical form in just a giant lake of silver sludge over in that direction. I can't believe something so sad has happened in Menancia too. Oh yeah, so we're getting more trade and travel between the different realms now. So this guy is from Cislodia, and by making a pilgrimage here, you can come to understand the different contours of oppression that different people across Dana experienced during the Renan occupation. This memorial is dedicated to those who disappeared in the lake beneath the quarry, as I was saying. It's also a reminder to not repeat past mistakes. I think there was someone to speak to over here as well, yeah. Access to the quarry is prohibited. There's been an influx of people into the city recently, so I'm standing guard to be safe. What does it say? The door is tightly shut. No one's allowed beyond this point. The merging of the worlds caused the path through Galan Wood to collapse. Just the other day, a cat wandered in and caused a huge mess. Not even a cat is getting past me now. These Menancians and their cats. I can respect that. Like, especially these days, I'm slightly more of a dog person, but I've had many cats whom I've loved across my life, so I consider myself a big fan of both. Man, look at those stretches, though. That cat knows what he or she is about. Limber.
Can you use this to cook something?
Yes, I might be able to create a new dish with this. Do you want to see what it tastes like?
Sounds like you want to see what it tastes like.
That is a rather inconsiderate thing to say.
But it's true, isn't it?
I'd say it's more foolhardy than inconsiderate.
Well, seriously? Then again, you might have a point.
Looks like they're enjoying themselves.
Today on Nazamil learns basic social interaction. Welcome to the in-front shop. You all seem busy as always. Be sure to take it easy from time to time. There are more immigrants from other countries, so the city's livelier than before. I feel like it was always a distinctly lively city. I'm honestly more interested and hopeful that we can see a place like Cislodia, which was so isolated and repressed under the regime of fear and treachery instigated by Ganabelt. I wonder whether it's opened up now in the wake of the liberation and unification of the worlds.
That food there looks pretty tasty.
Yep, we can fix that new recipe with it.
I eagerly await the final result.
And that's what he said. Can you believe that?
Come on, you've got to be kidding me.
Grown-ups say the world has changed a lot, so I'm glad our city is still as safe as ever. Yeah, but there must be people out there somewhere working as hard as they can to protect the peace. Wow, yeah, that's true. I hope I can thank them someday.
Maybe I shouldn't say this, but it's always such a relief to come back here.
I know what you mean. Being on edge all the time is exhausting.
I don't know if there's a higher frequency of this in this DLC versus the other games, or if I'm just attending to it more because of the context of Nazamil, but it's really interesting to me to see all of these children on whom we can eavesdrop and to whom we can speak, to see the newly unified world through their age and contrast the way in which they're getting along with each other with the difficulties that adults are having with the immigration and, you know, the integration of different people from different cultures into the society. It's super cool and uplifting just to see how thoughtful the creation and representation of this world is in terms of the relative open-mindedness of kids compared with a lot of the adults. And uplifting, too, to see so many children seeming to be getting along with it really well when poor Nazamil, well, she's doing her best and she's making leaps and strides, but she's coming from behind by virtue of all the trauma that we learned about last time.
It's true. This really is a masterpiece.
How come you're able to live together?
Huh? Why wouldn't we?
Because Renans and Danans are so different.
Well, we do have our differences. I can use astral arts, for example, while he, as a Danan, cannot. But my friend here can move much faster than me, and he has a splendid singing voice.
Well, your sculptures are beautiful enough to adorn the palace.
There's more to appreciate in our differences than find fault in.
Plus, differences in our individual abilities mean little in the course of day-to-day life.
It's like night and day from what we saw in Nia's.
I don't understand.
Well, we certainly take a different approach around here. I could see it being confusing if you're not used to it.
It looks to me like you're friends with Lord Dohalim. Maybe you could talk to him as well. Lord Dohalim is the only reason we're able to live like this in the first place. It's all thanks to him.
Really?
That is what they say. What do you think, Nazamil? Are you starting to see how things work around here?
I can see that Renans and Danans get along with each other, even if I still don't understand why. What did you find?
Sad but understandable what a hard time she has trusting something like that. Though, of course, that's a good resonance between what Nazamil is going through and what we as players went through when we experienced Tales of Arise for the first time, like the main story. At least what I experienced, because remember, you go through Orbis Calaglia, where everyone is being brutally enslaved, and then you go through Cyslodia, where everyone is being manipulated through the subterfuge of Ganabelt, and then you get here and there's the veneer of coexistence, and it's similarly hard at that point for us as players to trust in that. And then of course with Kelzelik, the kind of evil underhanded advisor of Dohalim who would seize power for himself, our fears and distrust end up being justified. So it'll be interesting to see now in this new context whether there are similar points of resentment brewing underneath the surface, or if now there really is just a healthier perspective towards integration that's being reified in the culture. I'm working diligently to serve the people every day so Captain Kisara doesn't get mad.
You're an instructor, Kisara?
I am. They wanted me for my experience in the previous conflict.
Yikes, I bet she's super strict.
Indeed. Apparently her recruits have nicknamed her the Demon.
Where could Droshin be?
Renans and Danans are equals. I know it's true in my head, but I still can't get used to the idea. Other Renans have accepted it. Someday I'm sure we'll get used to it too. So
Doesn't
much of
seem
it
like
just takes
Droshin is
time.
this way. Could you see yourself living here?
Yeah. I think I'd feel safe here.
Good. Then all that's left is to meet with Droshin.
That's what it all comes down to, isn't it? A place in which one can feel safe. My grandson is doing great thanks to the vegetables I bought from you. Thank you. That's great to hear. Hope we can have your continued patronage. Low, low prices. Compared to last week, at least. It's all relative, isn't it? I'd only ever worked inside the palace, but working outside is fun in its own right.
Lord Dohalim, and the rest of our heroes. If you'd given me more warning, I'd have prepared a better welcome.
That is not necessary. I no longer rule Menancia after all.
More importantly, we have a request.
I'd be happy to do anything in my power, of course.
This is Nazamil. We'd like you to arrange for her to be able to live here.
Understood?
Aren't you going to ask if I'm Renan or Danon?
They'll ask during the formal procedures. Not that it matters much. There is one thing that matters, however. Whether or not you agree with this realm's ideals. Well, what do you say? Can you interact with those different from yourself without prejudice?
I'm not sure yet, but I think it's nice that the Renans and Danons here don't fight.
That's good enough for me. There is a screening process, but I'm sure you'll be fine. Recently, many Danons and Renans have tried to move here for our realm's abundance. Yet, they take issue with our principle of coexistence. That's why I'm more than prepared to defend our ideals. Oh, but I'm getting ahead of myself. A room at Autalina Palace will be provided until she has her official residence.
At the palace? Not at the inn?
It's a good way to make use of our many spacious rooms. The palace is now public property, after all.
Oh, I love that.
We'll show her the way there.
I appreciate that. Oh, by the way, Lagiel was wondering when you'd be coming back.
Lagiel? Understood. I'll go check on her later.
Don't Alphen and the others also live here?
Only Kisara and Rinwell at the moment. Alphen and Shion are always traveling.
Oh, I see.
What is it, Nazamil?
Nothing.
I read that as her having trepidation because she feels the safest with Alphen and Shion, since they all bear those crests that were imposed upon them by the Renan experimenters in pursuit of spirit conversion. Which makes sense. I mean, when you have a certain aspect of your own body that has made you feel so alien and foreign for so long, and you find other people who are foreign in exactly the same way, of course you would want to stick with them, right? Just to have some sense of safety through similarity. Which then, of course, is, you know, an understandable and human need to be understood and to relate, but also, especially in the context we've been venturing through in these two realms so far, is pretty closely tied to a lot of the segregationist tendencies that we've seen at work. It works two ways. I've heard Lord Dohalim is back in Menancia from time to time. What? I should stay here just to see him fighting. I've done it! I've finally done it! I'm a beginner no more! But it seems I hurt my back! I can't move! Oh, I feel that NPC on a spiritual level. Look at this quick move. I bet I can even go to the ultimate level. Look at you getting drunk and feeling big again. You're not quick, you're groggy. I'll ask you again if you want to challenge the ultimate level when you're sober. I used to be in the Alde Menancia Guard before joining the Service Corps, and I'm still going through tough training here every day. I endured rigorous training and reached a point where even the drill instructor from Hell has acknowledged my talent. Impressive. You must be quite something. He's always bragging about how amazing he is, but he's never actually been called up. Yeah, I think there's definitely another shoe that's going to drop in terms of the relationship between whatever the tech at the mausoleums and that mask that we saw represented in the diagrams and the models was designed for, and what relationship it bears to Nazamil. But yeah, I think we're sitting on a reveal that's, you know, maybe we're going to get to this stream. That's my feeling too, Doug. I can't believe I joined the Service Corps and completed training, but still can't hold my own. It's only natural. You've certainly trained hard, but you can't expect to stand toe-to-toe with seasoned fighters right from the start. These are the renowned Viscint training grounds. The purpose of the training grounds has remained unchanged even after the merging of the worlds. We welcome all who seek personal growth. The training grounds offer challenging trials and rewards to those who pass them. If you have an indelible passion to reach new heights, then the training grounds are open to you. Indelible passion might be putting it a little strongly. I was interested in trying it out. My god, there are so many levels. Oh, I see, and I think the Realm Unifier level is what gives us the iron pipe, which is required to craft one of Alphen's best weapons, the name of which I'm blanking on right now. Let's try Novice. We should be able to handle that. I hope. Make no mistake, our training consists of real, dangerous matches, but it's exactly those sorts of conditions that can draw out a person's potential. Now let's get this show on the road. Going right into it.
No choice. Raining slash. You're mine. Strike. We did it. My turn. I'm not done. You're Castle. Rising. The flame inside me yearns to be let free. You're mine! Burn! Dragon form! Lightning thrust! Rise! You're mine! No escape! You're finished! You're mine! Raining! It's over! Dragon swarm! I'm not try harder! Not a chance! No escape! You're mine! Rising Falcon! Try harder! This one's all mine! I'm not done! Dragon swarm! It's over! You picked the wrong fight! I'm not done! No escape! Time to let it rip! You're mine! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! My turn! I'm not done! No escape!
What about Grail, Doug? Are you asking if Grail's here? I don't think so.
No escape!
He said he was going to try to drop by, depending on how far he was able to get in this. So I don't think he wanted to spoil himself on it. So I expect we might see him at some point, but I don't think... I'm sure he'll say hi if he does show his face. Put it that way.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Strike! Dragon swarm! I'm not done! It's over! You're mine!
Yeah, we can't use items. I wasn't sure.
I'm nearly
Fuck.
for. You're mine! Dragon swarm! I'm not done! Strike! You're
I'm gonna have to put in more training to get myself back into fighting shape before I challenge the Colosseum seriously.
Now, while it's reeling, I'm not done!
I enjoy the Colosseums in the Tales games, but they've never quite been my bag exactly. Welcome back, you did great. If I'm not mistaken, that's your first victory here. Well, to celebrate your immense strength, I offer you the special prize. Use it to motivate you to attain even greater heights than before. Rosemary, alright. Raises elemental attack. I would have thought it would raise physical attack. You fought excellently in there. I can tell it really put your speed and decision-making through their paces. To commemorate that speed, I offer you this special prize. Take pride in it and use this to motivate you further. And Sage! I like that. Alright. I don't really want to push beyond that right now, but a group battle might be nice. Yeah, let's try that. And then we can move on with the story.
Nazamil, stay out of this.
Keep your distance. You could get hurt. Understood.
Why would they even bring Nazamil into the Coliseum ring? There's no reason for that.
Shion, you know what to do.
It's my turn, is it? I'm on it.
We've turned the tables on them.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
We fight better at a distance. The further away, the better.
Too
You and I
fast.
both.
Stand back. I'll trip it up. Take this. You picked the wrong fight. Dragon form. Come on. Raining flash. I'm not done.
That's my cue.
But of course.
Shut
I
it down.
always feel safer. Got you in front of us.
You're mine.
Glacial spear. Here's evil. Brave lantern.
Now we're not. Raining flash.
Where are you going? Sweet glacial spear. Here's evil.
Your astral arts are truly incredible.
Every little bit helps.
Right. Indeed it does. I'll be pushing to be better as well.
In here. Get out there with the others. I'm surrounded.
I'm on it. You're finished.
Oh,
Eat
thanks,
this.
Rob.
Run away. I'm not done.
Sweet dreams.
Now. Take this.
Can't imagine what we'd do without you, Linwell.
Who, me? That's a little much, don't you think?
I'm serious. You're a lifesaver.
You see what happened there as you crossed me? Shouldn't have done that.
Astral energy.
Say no more.
Alright. Always much better at the group battles. I might actually try the next level of that because that felt much more doable than the individual one. Good to break in the party a bit.
Don't be such a pessimist.
Can't get out of bed. They got me flanking. I'm not done.
Raining flash. Hurricane thrust. Look sharp.
Lightning tiger blade. See that?
That training's paying off.
That'll bring you down.
I'm not done.
Let's get
Rising falcon. We've turned the tables on them. Look sharp.
Lightning tiger blade.
Now.
Eat this.
Strike. Hurricane thrust. You're mine.
I'm on it.
Blow away. Burn.
Get toasty.
Burn strike.
Now.
Leave the charge.
Big blast. Escape.
I can carve through water.
Blazing blade.
Now I'm real mad.
Here I come. Be still.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Blazing flame! Demon's descent! Flashing fang! No one can
Stand against us.
I'll stop your movement.
and I'll stop your life!
Here, let me help.
Illuminate the dark.
Primed and ready.
Rising again. Blow away.
Take this! Eat this!
No escape.
Now.
Rising
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis. I'll heal you
My
all.
turn. Here I come.
I'm on it!
That'll bring you down.
Rising
Do it!
Look sharp.
Lightning tiger blade!
Not a chance.
Watch this!
Running shot. I'm not done.
Let me help.
You're right. I'm not done.
I'll finish you here!
Bring you back from death. Sealed.
Frick, it does it!
Restore
Thank you.
Here's a healing art.
Might have bitten off more than we can chew.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Dragon form!
I owe you, Tion. Healing is what my art do best. All I can do is cause havoc in this ocean. This one's mine.
You're mine!
Here's a healing art.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
In here.
Now! Storm! Dragon form! Lightning strike! Smash you! Rising Struck! Dance! Blow away! Crumble! Be still! Rising focus! Here I come! You'll pay for that!
There you go.
Take it! No escape!
No, no. Our healer's dead. Well, I think that's it.
Sorry, right? I'm calm.
Yeah, they've had a lot of crossover costumes for some of the recent games, including Arise.
Here I come! Struck!
I'm with you. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me either, but I'm also nowhere near a big SAO fan, so I'm probably not the right person to ask. But yeah, like there's a Yuito outfit for Elfin and stuff like that. Well, at least we tried. And we got some W's. That is 8 levels ahead of where the party is right now, so I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Oh, yeah, I do think someone like maybe Grail mentioned that at some point, and I hadn't realized that either. Being able to actually battle SAO characters. That's interesting. Yeah, I watched through the first arc, and then it pretty quickly lost me with everything that they were doing with fairies. I think that was the whole conceit of the second season, right? But I thought the first arc was really tight and interesting and spoke to a lot of the things that get me really excited and engaged about video game storytelling, even though, of course, it's an anime as opposed to a video game. The video games themselves I have not played. But I quite liked that first anime arc. Up ahead are the training grounds. The worlds may have merged, but you can still train there, same as ever. I hear they've got tougher training than before. Challenge it if you dare. It was definitely tough. Yeah, well, you know what I'm going to say. It's never too late to go back to any of them. They only get better with time, in my opinion. Do you remember anything about it? I would bet dollars to donuts that if you can throw me some details, I could probably tell you which game you played. But it's okay if not. This is Adelina Palace. Open to everyone. It is a place for the people of Menancia to relax. Please, feel free to come in. I love it. Don't mind if I do. I was interested to see if any more subquests had opened up yet, but it appears that's not the case.
Chisara and Dohalim, living together in the palace, huh?
I myself am simply being provided a room.
By who? Chisara?
What did you just say?
No, theirs is a platonic relationship, and I won't hear anything to the contrary. Yeah, I know what you mean, Doug. Life certainly has a way of getting in the way, doesn't it? But for me at least, I mean, as things get busier in life, it only becomes more valuable to find little pockets of time where you can make the effort with video games and other literary pursuits that you really love and find value in, because, at least for me, they really can be a kind of balm and means of orienting yourself in the real world and just giving you a different perspective on the various things that you might be navigating. So we can't go in the room yet? No, I'm sorry, but we're still getting it ready. We should be finished any moment, though. Alright, thank you. And there you have it. Let's keep waiting in the palace.
What is there to do for fun in this palace
Time
when
in
you
the
want to kill
garden.
some time?
I suppose you could read a book in the library.
Or compose a poem, perhaps. That can really make the hours fly by.
How about going to the courtyard? It'll be easier that way if someone comes calling.
I'm not sure if I quite get what you mean, actually. You're saying it's up to people to change their perspective in the way in which they want to engage the world, because that's how the world changes, just through people taking different perspectives on it? Is that the thought? Because that strikes me as right, and certainly of a piece with a lot of what JRPGs think about and advocate for. Ah, now we have, well, at least one subquest. Let's grab that.
That person is acting strange.
Maybe something's wrong. Let's go ask.
Say, when are they going to build our house? Our home will take some time to build, my boy. We have little choice but to remain here until the work is done.
Well...
Hey, question. How come it'll take so much time? It's a special structure, not just a run-of-the-mill house. That's why we moved here from Pelagian. Well, we were also drawn here by Menencia's ideal of coexistence, of course.
Yeah?
Unique construction, you say. How so? It is an institution for instructing the youth. I intend to live and work there as a teacher. I wanted to build a place where Renan and Danon children alike can receive an education.
Great!
What a wonderful idea. And you came all the way from Viscint to do that? Indeed. All the way to Viscint, excuse me. A Renan woman already teaches children in the library in the city, after all. With her help and insight, I believe I can establish a schoolhouse of some merit. Are there really that many kids out there who even want to study? One's right here, and plenty of the other kids in town said they wanted to learn too. Sounds like a great opportunity. Why don't you join them, Law?
Whoa!
No, I'm good, thanks. We will do more than just book learning. I intend to offer exercises to strengthen the body. You seem quite hale and hearty. I'm sure you would receive good marks in such a curriculum. You think so? If it's just workouts we're talking about, I guess I could give it a shot. Unfortunately, the road to my goal is a long one. Building accommodating many children requires materials exceeding the current supply. More people are looking to immigrate to Viscint, but we don't even have enough materials for normal homes. Indeed, and we're especially low on Zoogle parts. These are invaluable for teaching the risks and weaknesses of Zoogles, yet I cannot get them. Well, we can get those. In that case, we can gather the Zoogle parts for you. Having a place where children can learn is important. We should hurry. Truly, you would do that for me? Sure. You need them for the kiddies, right? Leave it to us. You have my sincerest thanks. I leave the matter in your capable hands.
How about it?
Hold up, we've already got plenty of those parts. Why not just give them to him? Fantastic. Here, just take these. I love it when a quest just solves itself. Thank you, this is enough for the construction, and with teaching materials to spare. Yay, ain't that great, Teach? Wait, Teach? You two aren't related? We are not. The truth is, this child is Danon. I took him under my wing after he lost his parents. A Renan raising a Danon. I may have reacted the same once. I was raised in Lenegus and looked down on the Danon people. But I met this child in Pelagian and started teaching him as a way to pass the time. And as I did, my way of thinking changed. In him I witnessed a perspicacity I'd never seen before, even among Renan children. I said I wanted to come here with Teach because I wanted to learn more from him. I realized there are no inferior humans. There are children who are eager to learn regardless of whether Renin or Danon. And that's when you decided to make a place where anyone could get an education. Oh, I love this. Precisely. Pelagian is still full of prejudice, but an air of greater equality pervades Viscint. That said, were I to succeed here, I would like to build similar schools in other cities, such as Pelagian.
Right.
That's wonderful of you. If there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. I could teach techniques from Zoogle defense to basic housekeeping, even how to fish. What fortuitous offerings. I would be ever so grateful to accept. Kisara is a natural-born teacher. She has a real knack for it. Don't be too harsh on the little tykes, though. You know what they call you in the service corps? They call me something? Well, not to your face, sure. The drill instructor from hell, I believe it was. Law, I'm nice to students who show a modicum of respect. As for delinquents... Hey, hold on, don't shoot the messenger. Oh, fantastic. I love that too, the motif of the student teaching the teacher.
I think you'd make a good school.
It puts me in mind of what we were talking about in the Tales of Graces stream about Malik learning as much from Asbel, his student, as vice versa, and what I've spoken about in the past in terms of the influence of Lloyd on his brother/father figures such as Regal and Kratos. Yeah, and I hear you, Doug, just to go back to your message. I think there are definitely many different scales and dimensions according to which the world evolves and according to which people operate within the world, and it can definitely be hard to negotiate or even perceive all of those as we're embedded in it. But adopting a range of schema and modes of understanding in terms of our place in the world and the communities in which we're embedded can only help with that, in my opinion. And I think JRPGs are tremendously conducive to helping give us that exact skill set, which is part of what makes them so useful in the real world.
Well, teacher Kisara, when you taught me how to cook, your explanations were really easy to understand.
I bet you'd be a hit with kids, too. That is, if you can manage to not be the demon in this situation as well.
What was that, Law?
Nothing, Miss Kisara.
Well, that was a nice and easy subquest. Are there any more hanging out in here? No. Probably some more have opened up in main Viscint, but I'm sure we'll be going back through there after this.
So, you like that flower, huh?
The Rose of Unity. It's said to be a symbol of Rena and Dana becoming one. Is that why you like it?
It's a flower that's neither Renin nor Danon. I guess it reminds me of myself. And yet, it grows everywhere. How can you be so calm about everything, Elfin?
What? You mean about being the Sovereign?
When I was in Yez... No, not just then. In other places, too. I heard that the Blazing Sword is Rena's enemy. Its destroyer. Danons think so, too. They look at you differently. Like you're something apart from them. How can you be okay with all that?
It's not like I don't have feelings. Nazamil. Are you scared of me?
It's true that together we did overthrow Renin rule. But we didn't do so out of malice, or because we were trying to hurt people.
please believe that.
I do. From the very beginning, when we first met, both of you have tried to help me. The daughter of a lord, half Danon, a test subject. Finding out more about who I am didn't change anything in your eyes. You still protected me without prejudice. It was the first time I experienced that, and it was nice. So because of that, I wanted to say, thank you.
Wow.
I should be the one thanking you.
Huh?
I didn't want anyone to get unfairly hurt. And when it seemed like they would, I vowed to use all my power to protect them. That's what I've been fighting for. So in the end, hearing your view on things makes it all feel worthwhile. Thank you.
Sure.
We can't always have our actions understood by others, even when we believe we're doing the right thing. What you said is very encouraging.
People tend to judge others based on birth or background rather than what they've actually done. Everyone has their own assumptions. Though the world has changed, people's hearts and minds don't change so easily. Even so,
What should I do? I want to help you, Alphen. I want to be useful. What should I do?
Oh. That's,
Hey, you guys! The room's ready!
Right. Got it. Let's go. We can discuss this more later.
Okay.
Well, let's head to your room.
You can stay as long as you want, Nazamil. No one will bother you here.
Right.
There's so much I love about
Pretty
this.
over the top.
Shut up, Law. There's so much I love about this character, and there's so much I loved about that scene. I think a couple things that are worth dwelling on. First, I'm so taken with the way in which, I mean, we talked about the voice acting last time, and the voice acting is fantastic. I have to look up that voice actor's name so we can shout her out. But also just the way in which the character of Nazamil is animated. Like, you can see the subtlety with which she's so uncomfortable in her own body because she's been so bullied into thinking of her body as something that's dirty and foreign and wrong, so she doesn't feel quite right using it, is how I read it. Like, she's shifting, she's not really able to meet anyone's eyes, and yet she recognizes just the sheer, unassuming kindness of these people who are like her, with no ulterior motives, who are just willing to see and acknowledge and respect her exactly because of who she is, rather than in spite of anything, let alone looking down on her, bullying her. And so she goes out of her way, even through all her awkwardness and discomfort and lack of belief in herself, to make this expression saying thank you. And she's so bewildered and overwhelmed when they actually turn around and thank her. I love that. Also, like, the way in which Alphen and Shion are being led to reflect on the different ways in which the legacy of their actions are seen by different people. And one of the things that is a constant theme in a lot of mystic traditions in terms of the way in which the cosmos operates and came to be is this collision of antagonistic forces of destruction and creation, and both of those being equally important. Void and matter, substance and ether, however you want to slice it, right? In order to have like the essence of life and activity and everything that is existence and everything that has come into being and will come out of being, you need both of those things working against but in coordination with one another. And so the idea that in the aftermath of everything that happened in the unification of worlds, the heroes can be properly understood, but through different lenses as both creators and destroyers, according to which aspects of them you focus on, I think is deeply interesting and casts their journey in the light of these mystic traditions that inform many of the other games, everything like Tales of the Abyss to Tales of Eternia, even to something like Dawn of the New World. A lot of those mystic elements come up there. And the idea that seen through those different dimensions, what's most important at the end of the day is the individual being able to be comfortable with his or her own self-concept and enact what he or she believes is the right thing and the thing that honors the other, right? Also deeply ethically informed and mystically informed, and something that, you know, is not just an idle theoretical conception of the spiritual activities that make the world go round, but actual praxis according to which Alphen and Shion can advance their agendas for what they want out of the future of the world, and their agendas according to which they can help empower the individuality and activity of people like Nazamil, right? Who go from completely neglecting themselves because of the neglect they've experienced at the hands of everyone else in their lives, to now being seen so vividly by others who really care for them that they stand up and say, hey, I want to be useful. Tell me what I can do. Tell me how I can contribute to the future you see, because I see it too, and I think it could be really beautiful. What a special kind of arc, this little DLC.
Name for a flower when you stop and think about it.
I believe Dohalim is the one who came up with the name.
The flower appeared after the merging of the worlds, so I'd hoped it could serve as a symbol of reconciliation.
I wonder, are there new books to read in the library? Regulars know I'm a big fan of libraries. Several Danon tomes are scattered in among a large amount of Renan literature.
Got your face stuck in a book as usual, huh? What kind of stuff do you read, anyway?
All sorts of things. Ancient accounts, histories. Just recently, I was reading a book about astral arts.
So what's the point? Does this, like, make your astral arts stronger?
No. I just read because I like to learn. Though, it is also helpful for my research.
Research?
Mm-hmm. For example, I'm looking into whether it's possible to combine Danon magic with Renan astral arts. I'm also interested in the mausoleums and Dana's past.
Okay. I'll admit, I'm not totally following. But, is there a purpose to this research? Like a goal?
A purpose? Well, I guess there is something I'd like to try someday. I want to try writing my own book, instead of just reading what others have written.
This is the first I'm hearing of it. What kind of book do you want to write?
I have several ideas I've been thinking about, but most of all, I'd like to write about Danon magic. Leave as much of my knowledge behind as possible, you know? And also, if there are any other Danons out there who can use magic, like me, maybe that book could help me find them.
Wow, you've really thought this through. You're amazing, you know that?
Oh.
What's gotten into you? I'll have you know that flattery won't get you anywhere.
Law is correct. All the knowledge you've gained on Danon magecraft would be lost if not made manifest. That book would serve as a guiding light to scholars for generations to come.
You're gonna embarrass me if you keep talking like that. It's no big deal. I just like to study, that's all.
I know what you mean. Whether books or art, there is an indescribable, fragrant allure to those things that have traversed the ages.
Yeah, who doesn't like the smell of old books?
Yeah, totally. They do smell, yummy, don't they?
What? La, please don't eat my books.
That resonates to me in a funny way with something I was noticing actually when I was playing Tales of Eternia, one of the first Tales games, because at the end of a number of the really interesting side quests in that game, you'll get items that don't have any direct function in the world, like you can't give them to anyone, they don't give your characters new abilities or anything, but they're like mementos, artifacts that mark the completion of these quests and have certain special meanings to people. Like if you go back and help the elder from the hometown of the heroes whom you meet at the beginning of the game, and go back and help him heal his damaged back at the end of the game, he'll kind of begrudgingly give you this little wind bell as a token of gratitude. It doesn't do anything, but it's an acknowledgement and a gesture from him. And I was noticing people online, it's almost like that attitude of Law towards Rinwell, saying like, what's the point of this? Why are you spending all this time in books? And people online were kind of stunned at the existence of these items that didn't have any direct function in the game, which was such a funny thought to me in something like a JRPG, when you would think, or I at least would think and hope, that we could appreciate so many of these artifacts simply as artifacts and representation of something that is special within the context of the game. But I think there is a certain lawness to some people who are always primed to seek out the gameplay utility of something first and the fictional content of it second. So interesting to see even now in the most recent Tales of Arise content, the game itself seen in a certain light, to be commenting on that tendency. Introduction to Archaeological Surveys. Never break, steal, or sell artifacts. Speaking on the value of honoring artifacts. I wonder if there's at least a single book written about the former splendor of Rena. Curios and You, Finding Gems in the Rough. A very Dohalim book. This passage here is an excerpt from a classic piece. So, in this case, it can be interpreted like this. I see, I understand now. Thank you so much for taking the time to teach us. My pleasure. It pleases me to see you continuing to learn and coming to understand challenging literature. This is great. It's like Dohalim's private bookshelves have now been converted into a public library. What a neat idea. There's a lot of borrowing and lending of the books here, so it's important to keep records. Taming Water, 2nd edition. Alright, a new tome for Rinwell. An academic compilation of devices that use water. The revised edition contains additional information that makes for a harder book to read. I'm in! 85 sheep, 86 sheep, 87, 88, 89. The format is unique, but it seems to be the ledger of the ranch near Viscint. A nice callback to the ranch from the main game. They're books about the art of torture. What are these black splotches on the cover? Oh, that took a turn. Twin Worlds Historical Draft. These are thick astral energy research tomes. So hard to read they can put you to sleep. It's interesting, that term Twin Worlds. Something that I thought about during my several playthroughs of Tales of Arise was, you know, as we've seen in the DLC on the loading screens, they'll have these different explanations of terms that are specific to the world and the way in which different people talk about different things. And one that was present there in the main game was this idea of the twin worlds, and the definition was basically something along the lines of the term is used to refer to Rena and Dana, but it's basically never used because it implies that they are on a par with one another, which totally eliminates the implied hierarchy that Rena has imposed on Dana through its rule and subordination of the entire planet. And so I was always very interested, like, how unusual to have a term in a game that is basically never used. Like, I don't know if Twin Worlds came up once in the main game, but still exists in the broader language of how to refer to things in the world and is represented in just a loading screen. So now, in this new world, where people are more willing and able to talk about the history of the two worlds absent that hierarchy, it's really cool and interesting to see that term, which was introduced without a lot of use behind it in the main game, now being used all the time. Like, I've clocked several people referring to the twin worlds in one way or another in these first couple streams we've had. Prophecies of the Helganquil. Good fortune awaits. The Joys of Fine Liquor, a compendium of Menancian breweries. Menancian Theory. A swordsmanship book with a slashed cover. Did the reader get mad at the book or use it in a fight? Asking the tough questions. A chronology of the crown contest. Practical Astral Arts, Theories and Applications. Sounds like a very Rinwell book. Jokes unfit for a dinner party. Even Renans enjoy their fair share of lowbrow humor, it seems. Again, as we were talking about in the Tales of Graces stream the other day, when we see commentary like that in a text box, I find myself wondering, whose is this narrative voice with such tongue-in-cheek perspectives? On Dan and Customs. We're almost back to the start here. Agriculture and Astral Arts. Myriad flavors and fun. Alright, and we're back. Love it. Not quite the same perspective as the texts on bookshelves where you could actually read the contents of particular books in the early games, but I do love that even nowadays they keep libraries in these games with that level of detail. It adds so much insight to the world and our modes of understanding and engaging with it, I think. Well, fancy meeting you here. Well, what a surprise. You heard about that new shop? I hear tell they've got quite a selection of goods, including some rare stuff. Oh, I hadn't heard. Where is it exactly? It takes hours for our moms to stop talking once they start. I'm so bored. Alright. I think we need to go back to the entrance plaza in order to get back upstairs. No, I'm in the... Oh, we can get back through here. There we go. My job is to make the entrance to Adelina Palace sparkle without a speck of dust. This entrance hall is the face of the palace. I must clean it well. that's right. That loading screen reminded me the lords also had crests. It's not just sovereign and maiden, so we have other cases of crests from the main game as a point of reference for what may or may not be happening with Nazamil's. And her father, we will recall, was a lord.
Until we find an official residence for you, this will be your home, Nazamil.
Guess this is where we say goodbye then. It won't be the same without you.
We'll be sure to stop by when we're in Viscint.
Okay.
Nazamil, we have something for you.
Oh.
Is the charm from the ruins?
That's right. The good luck charm you give to someone special.
We all helped fix it up a little.
I know you said you don't have anyone special, but you're special to all of us. We thought this could be a reminder when you need it.
I love this.
But Really?
Of course. Think of it as a sign of our friendship. A promise that we'll meet again.
Basically, we're friends now.
Friendship pact!
My very own friends. Just like me.
Wow.
It looks good on you.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon, Nazamil.
Okay.
Oh, I really hope nothing bad happens to this poor girl. She has already been through more than enough in her life. But I don't love the idea that we're leaving her. I'll take good care of the charm.
I'm happy that things worked out for Nazamil.
Yeah, I'm glad there's a place like Viscint where she can feel safe.
Everything turned out all right.
Indeed. I suppose our meeting was serendipity.
She strikes me as the kind of timid and withdrawn, heartfelt character you want to encourage and inspire that you would find in something like a Nier game. I could see her living happily in one of Yoko Taro's machinations. Happily, or in a fraught way that ends up happy, I should perhaps say. Protecting the palace where Lord Dohalim has spent his time. There is no honor like this. I know I'm just a kid, but I want to do what I can for everyone. Did you hear about the romance between the innkeeper's daughter and the young man from the old Renan noble family? What? Tell me all about it. I wonder if there's a scene or something if we go back to Dohalim's old quarters. I suppose, like good little JRPG gamers, we ought also to check the treasury, just in case there's anything significant in here. Haha! Still stocked somehow, even after we raided it in the main game. Gold gel, and an Omega Elixir. Ah, worth the trip. And plenty of things to examine. It's a shiny gold statue. It must represent a previous lord. There are lots of treasures, assumedly ordered and placed in the palace by past Menancian lords. Now it is the community property of Menancia, and it will remain here awaiting the day that the people are able to enjoy its brilliance. I love that. That's definitely updated from the main game. New world. A dark mane. We still need those windswept manes. string scores to tug at the heartstrings. Now that, on the other hand, I think has been laying on that desk since probably well before the start of the main storyline. Joys of music. Eclectic mix of books on high-level academic subjects, gourmet food, curios, and more. Selection provides insights into the character of the owner. Yeah, so pretty much all of this has remained untouched and unchanged since the first time we visited it during our first journey here to see Dokeling. Well-maintained instruments are kept here. It appears as though they're used from time to time and not just for decoration. Alright, I wanted to just quickly check the barracks in case there's anything there pertinent to Kisara, which may well be the case, and then we can be on our way. You sure it's okay to take off your armor? It's not long till the shift change. Still can't get used to it. It feels like I'm trapped inside. Hey, shift change. Got it. Shall we then? For Menencia. Alright. Nothing really pertinent to Kisara, but it was worth checking. Alright, back we go.
Wasn't Legil that lady from the Gold Dust Cats?
She's a member of the Service Corps now, just like me. If she's looking for me, that means...
She's got a prop.
We already explored the training grounds.
Well, huh.
Right. She's often near the inn. Let's check there first.
I believe that young prospective immigrants who are not bound by old values will be the future of the city. I love that ethos, my man. Alright, no more subquests out and about here. Oh, but there is one on the Trisilda Highway. Imagine we might go there next. Oh, there's one hanging out on a Don Lake. Well, I'm sure we'll have plenty of time for side questing.
Kisara, I'm so glad you're back. We could use your help.
Something wrong, Legil?
Yeah, a Zoogle. It's been attacking Faria Ranch.
The ranch. That's quite a serious problem.
It is?
As you are already aware, the balance of the astral energy in each region has been equalizing ever since the merging of the twin worlds.
There's that term, like I was saying.
As a side effect, harvests in Menencia have been on the decline. That means any problems with food production can easily lead to crisis.
In other words, you're saying it's vital to protect the fields and the ranch, right?
Wait, what about the Service Corps? Isn't it their duty to take care of Zoogles?
Oh, we've tried. Many times. But somehow, each time we get overpowered. That's why I'm coming to you for help, Kisara.
Understood. Tell the Corps I'll take care of it. While I'm away, you all stay in the city and...
You really can't break old habits, can you? Rely more on those around you.
But this is...
We need to make extra sure that the food resources are safe.
That's
That's all the motive we need. Come on, Kisara.
Thanks.
Be careful. That Zoogle really does pop up out of nowhere.
The merging of the twin worlds left Zoogles scattered all over. This has caused no end of trouble.
I wonder why Renan's lost the ability to control them.
In hindsight, our control was likely only made possible by Lennigus.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll get more insight into the nature of that tech that made things like Zoogle control possible as we venture further into the past operations of the Helganquil, presumably with some more mausoleums or similar. Alright. Let's take down a Zoogle for the sake of the food supply. You would think Kisara would be more prepared to rely on the people with whom she literally saved two worlds.
Kinda strange feeling.
Everything looks okay to me.
Was it just my imagination?
Alright, we have a subquest off to the left.
La?
Shh. I hear something moving.
What is it? Zoogles?
Couldn't it be just a mouse or something?
I don't think so. But I'm not sure what it is. Let's flush it out by force.
Wait!
Nazamil?
Ah!
Followed us? Did something happen in the city?
No, I just didn't want to be left there.
Oh.
Are you saying you'd rather live on your own outdoors than in a city?
It's not that. I just...
She
You
just
wanna
missed
come with
this.
us, don't you?
Yes.
All right.
Are you sure about this? After all, it's not like we'll never see each other again. And it's so much safer in Viscint.
That's true, but we all know the pain of being alone, don't we?
Well, yeah, but...
She does have the ability to disappear at will. If something happens, she can use that to hide herself.
Can you promise you'll do that, Nazamil?
Yes, I promise.
Then it's decided.
Sometimes home's a
Haven't been to
place,
the ranch in a
sometimes it's a
while.
person.
Wonder if they're all doing okay.
So, you like animals?
Like isn't the right word. They're his best friends.
They are not!
Absolutely, and so many of the conflicts in JRPGs and other stories in real life boil down to loneliness in one way or another, don't they? Look! I got these muscles from farm work. But something came up, so I can't put my muscles to use. The old woman near the house has details.
Hey!
Thanks for all your hard work out here. How are the crops faring?
Sure.
Ah, Kisara. I'm actually in a bit of a fix. Got a minute? Something the matter?
Good.
Oh, I'd say so. Still, Kisara, that proportional physique of yours is as splendid as ever. Pink Moon Echo, welcome, my friend. Good to see you again. Yeah, it sure is. Loneliness can be an enervating and disenfranchising thing. All the more uplifting, though, to see the arc of how someone can be pulled out of it, like Nazamil in this story so far. The young lady next to you is quite a gem, too. She's thin now, but I'm sure she'll be something after some working out. Huh? You mean I'm gonna be brawny like Kisara? What do you mean, Rinwell? I'm really not that brawny, you know. Wait, what are we talking about? Didn't you need help with something? It's all related, believe you me. Those darn Zoogles on the highway are ravaging the farmlands. I've thought to beat them back a few times now, but my physique just can't compete.
Yeah.
Physique aside, you shouldn't go around picking fights with monsters at your age, ma'am. So, you see, I'd be mighty grateful if you kids could take care of these suckers for me. What do you say?
Okay.
Absolutely. Don't worry, we'll take care of the Zoogles. Thanks, I appreciate it. Oh, by the way, This is also a little test for you, so good luck with that. A test? Oh, your muscles are more impressive the more I look at them. Hey, her eyes are kind of creepy. Are you sure about this? She does seem a bit strange, but she's in trouble. We can't just ignore her. That's what I expected from ladies with wonderful muscles like yourselves. Take care of them for me, in a brawny kind of way. I appreciate the compliment, but brawny?
Yeah.
Brawny, hmm? Maybe someday me too? We have a new kind of subquest, Reconstruction. Reconstruction subquests can be taken on in various locations throughout each region. Completing each country's Reconstruction subquest will change the look of cities and add items to the general store, in a similar spirit to the redevelopment of cities that goes all the way back to at least Tales of Symphonia? I think that's the first example I can think of with rebuilding Lewin, though certainly not the only example. But now we're doing it through activities to support individuals rather than just funding the efforts that others put into building back the city, as was the case in Lewin. Make sure to complete any quests you come across. Muscle Maniac, that's right. Hey.
That woman was
Kirsten
downright
Anando, welcome
obsessed
back.
with muscles.
Good to see you, buddy.
I wonder if it has anything to do with the test.
Just what are they gonna put us through? I'm getting a little scared now.
Anyone that likes
did make
muscles
it.
is good in my book.
Toned muscles are a sign of a hard worker. That woman must have been reassured when she saw Kisara.
Seems an odd thing to place so much trust in.
All right, let's go hunt some Zoogles. For the sake of demonstrating and refining the muscles as much as anything else. Maybe it's the change in environment, but it feels much harder to catch fish than it used to. Don't tell Kisara that. She'll lose her ship. Whatever. This is where it comes down to an individual fisherman's skill. Nanda, I'm glad you did show up. I was actually just thinking of reaching out and texting you earlier today. You're on my mind because I know we haven't spoken in a minute. Hope you've been doing well, buddy.
Can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done. Not on my watch.
We got the advantage.
Excellent. That's what I like to hear.
Just have to make sure we keep it. Don't worry, because law's on.
My turn! You're mine! Burn in hell! Tear! Start up!
Come forth and healing some
Blazing flame! Ready! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I know, speaking of loneliness, Doug has been, holding his own in the chat in these Tales of Arise Beyond the Dawn streams so far. Some of the time, at least. Peak Moon Echo was also here yesterday, which is excellent. But yes, it's definitely been a quiet, more intimate vibe than we've been accustomed to in the Tales of Grace's adventures.
Yeah, another one down.
But
You guys all right?
just another representation of the extent to which this is a real-life JRPG party, right? Different JRPG stories have different contours and contexts and shapes of relationships. Some are more intimate, some are more of a family affair, boisterous with more party members.
I guess camping isn't so bad, as long as it's with
Ooh, an
good
airship.
company.
This place is a perfect representation of Menancia.
I know what you mean. The soft grass, the rustling trees, heck, even the rocks.
Quite the picturesque location. The leaves swaying in the wind, the clouds drifting across the sky. It truly calms the soul.
You really love it here, don't you? It must feel like a second home to you at this point.
Reminiscing is all well and good, but if you boys don't get some sleep, you're going to regret it.
Seriously, you won't be able to wake up tomorrow.
One of us should stand guard. Everyone else hit the sack.
Hey, is it just me, or are Hootle and Nazamil really getting along?
Yeah, I think Hoodle's really taken a shine to her.
Huh, that fluffball's usually so picky.
You don't get along with him?
Law's just jealous because unlike you, he can't get Hootle to like him.
Are you kidding me? This ornery little owl likes to peck at my head. You hear that? At my head!
Well, Dan and owls are a sensitive species.
Alphen definitely has a way
They're
with words.
not too keen on the rowdy sort.
Hootle does too.
Hootle says you're just not cutting it.
In his way.
Come on, what do you want from me?
Don't take it too hard, Law. Every other animal loves you, right?
Oh yeah, 'cause that's a huge consolation.
I think it's good that you're appreciated. It's a lot better than being hated.
Damn.
What kind of pets do you like, Nazamil?
Well, there were no animals on Lenegus, and I wasn't in a position to keep a pet on Dana.
Oh, that makes sense. You never know. You might just have the chance someday, though.
You think so?
Definitely. You've clearly got away with animals, Nazamil. He said, there's no doubt about it.
Thanks.
It is uplifting the idea of a neglected child being able to bond and relate to animals. Strays finding and supporting each other in a way,
This
right?
is great. The taste and aroma will blow everyone away.
All right. Onward to the Zoogle hunt.
Hootle and I are rested and ready to face the day.
These materials in the starship belong to the Renans living on the Trasilda Highway. We don't want to cause any trouble. Don't get any funny ideas. Making their own sort of caravan home base, it seems. For those who are not as comfortable with coexistence as those inside of Viscint, I guess. And doesn't that say so much that you would be so close to a city yet so unwilling to accept their ideals of coexistence that you would rather camp outside than be let in? The supplies we brought from Lenegus are dwindling. I knew it'd be impossible for us Renans to live all by ourselves. Shall we talk to Lord Dohalim about this? We could never live with Danans. We have to figure out how to live on our own. Exactly as I was saying.
This will be a delicious piece of cake. Radiant spark, far enough. One illuminator spark. Transform here. Holy light.
I'm grounded!
By the power above us, Xion, you know what to do. It's my turn, is it? I'm on it.
We're almost there!
Be careful with that seagull there.
Yeah, I know. But thanks anyway.
Where are you going?
Oh, come on, Law. She was just trying to be helpful. You can act like you didn't know.
Astral energy.
Say no more. Well done, Rinwell. You really outdid yourself on that one.
Yep, we both did.
More Zoogles. Get behind us, Nazamil.
Right. I heard the drill.
Let's kick some ass!
I hear you all. Seal.
Here I come. No escape. Damn it.
Yes, so you are entering on day 2 of a marathon where we're working through the first brand new piece of Tales content to come out since I started the Tales of Praxis series, which is a DLC to Tales of Arise, the most recent game in the Tales series. So it just dropped yesterday. We did 5 hours yesterday, 5 more tonight, and through the weekend to Tuesday, assuming it has enough content to support that. And then we'll be back to Tales of Praxis. Yeah, it's been a fun vibe. A live book club vibe is what we've been doing, but experiencing something brand new for the first time with the kind of literary studies group, which has been fun. And it's been a really nice story for that kind of revisit to explore and celebrate the aftermath of the most recent epic journey that the Tales series has taken us all on.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
That is the spot.
All right, that takes care of the Zoogles. Let's report back.
Hi, Hoodle.
Take it!
Not in your dream.
Ready, fly! Blow away!
I'm out of ammo. I'm all
Transform! I'm not done! Tear! Stardust it! Come on! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! We're unbeatable!
Because there's two of you?
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
Just such a beautiful,
That food there looks pretty
aggressive sense of
Yep,
camaraderie
we can
to
fix
these
that new
battles in
recipe.
Tales of Arise.
I eagerly await the final result.
Let's dispose of the trash.
This one's on you, Kisar!
But of course. I always feel safe when we've got you in front of us.
Dragon form!
Get to work!
You got company. Please let us go.
I'm not done! Raining flash! Take it!
Smash you!
Strike! Dragon form! Strike! Eagle fly! Talon hurricane! You got this!
Come forth and
Here I come! Talon hurricane! Glimmer raining flash!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right in the weak spot.
Amazing accuracy.
Hey, I worked hard too, you know.
Sorry.
Denied!
Here, let me help.
I'm not done! Stay inside me!
Do it! I'm here!
Astral energy. Full throttle.
Kershaw.
I've never seen so many bullseyes.
I couldn't have done it without you.
Alright, back to the suspicious farmer who was obsessed with Kisara's muscles.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Burn in hell! I'm on it!
Into the shadows. Gale force.
Take you all off!
Illuminate the storm.
Explosive ray!
Holy quiver. Astral energy.
Say no more!
Use the highlight.
You're mine!
I wasn't off the side.
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop you.
Not a chance! You picked the wrong fight! Not a chance!
No worries. Thanks for stopping by, Kirsten
I'm
Ronda.
not done!
Drop me a line. We'll catch up at some point. We'll be doing it at the same time through the weekend if you want to stop in
Well,
again at
look
some
who's
point.
in a bright and shiny mood.
Yeah, an absolute pleasure as always.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Don't mind if I do.
Strike!
Searing flame!
Talon kick! Refill!
Glacial speed.
Blazing Falcon! Fluid kick! Talon storm! It's over!
Glacial speed.
Come and face me! You're mine! Dragon Swarm!
We are freaking invincible.
Talon and the others truly are strong.
What about me?
I owe you, Sion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All my needs just cause havoc and destruction.
Here's the healing art! Here I come! I'm knocked up!
Here goes!
Let's refrain from losing.
I'm not satisfied with raining slash. It's not the best for comboing. Let's try double demon fang. That seems like it might be friendlier. Oh, look at that. Now that Renans are here, we have one using wind astral energy to dry the laundry more efficiently.
Hey!
Sorry to keep you waiting. We defeated the Zoogles on the highway. Thanks a bunch, dearie. Now I can get back to cultivating the farmland. Cultivate farmland? There seems to be plenty already. Nah, lately Viscint has been running a little short on food. Really, I honestly hadn't realized. Of course you didn't realize, dear. It only came out in the open recently. Viscint's been giving food aid to other lands, right? After all, we have more surplus than other nations. The thing is, we've given too much, and it's started to impact our domestic food stores. But that's no reason to withdraw our support now, is it? That's why we're forging ahead with cultivating farmland, at the Department for Welfare's behest. The Renans are working hard, but we still need a few more people. I see. We have to keep an eye on Viscint's food stores and do whatever it takes to maintain them.
Well...
So what was all that stuff with muscles and tests you were talking about? I didn't want to be the one to ask. We'll need more workers for the new farmland, you see. So I wanted to see if you were fit for the job. I apologize if I was rude. Being a farmer takes more muscles than you think. I finally get it, so the muscles and tests were for a good reason. And I must say, both you and Kisara were much better candidates than I expected. What do you think about becoming farmers? It's a very rewarding job, you know. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but we have our own work to do. Still, count on us to lend a hand when we can.
Yeah!
Sure, I'll help too when our job's done. I can't do any heavy lifting, but leave the astral arts to me. I've read a few books on agriculture as well. I may be of some help on the knowledge front.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll try recruiting some able bodies from Menancia so we can tackle this problem together. Goodness, what a wonderful idea! If we put our heads and hands together, I'm sure we'll make a magnificent, brawny farm. Can farms even be brawny?
What a pain.
I can't really imagine, but I bet it'd make for an amazing harvest. Alright.
That farmer put her faith in us. So we have to resolve Menancia's food problems as fast as we can.
I'll up my training regimen to make sure we don't let her down. What do you say, Rinwell? You up for a workout?
I think I'll pass.
No need to be shy. Come on, we'll start off light with 100 push-ups.
That's your definition of light?
There are two kinds of people in the world. Rinwells and Kisaras. Oh, if it isn't Kisara. Land sakes. Those muscles are always a sight for sore eyes. Land sakes, is that an expression? Never heard that before. We're gathering moisture from the air and releasing it. Even astral arts can't create water out of nothing. Alright, now I think we are off to the ranch. Deeper into the ranch, as it were. Something in here, too. Excellent. First, we're going to raid every room at the farm, and now we're going to talk to the farmer.
Well, look who it is. Ain't seen you around here in a spell. Especially you, boy. Why don't you come around more often?
'Cause I'm busy, okay? But we're here for a reason. We heard a Zoogle has been attacking your livestock.
Oh, so you're taking over for the Service Corps, then? Why didn't you say so? I can't say I recognize you, young lady. You look pretty young for a Service Corps member.
That's because she's not in the Service Corps. She's our new friend.
Your animals were attacked?
Yes, that's right. They may just be animals, but they're my animals, and I take good care of them. But that darn Zoogle won't leave the poor things be.
And just what kind of Zoogle is it?
No clue.
You don't know?
I know it's a Zoogle 'cause of the tracks, but even though it got a handful of my animals, I ain't actually seen it yet. I even come a-running as soon as I hear a commotion, but still ain't laid eyes on the beastie. It don't make a lick of sense.
Never would have guessed the old guy'd just throw himself into danger like that.
It keeps coming back, so I figure it must live somewhere nearby here.
Okay, we'll check around the roads.
Do you like animals too, Nazamil?
You ever thought about this, Pink Moon Echo?
Animals don't say mean things
I see you
or throw
ming
rocks
over there.
like people do.
Oh, isn't that the truth? Yeah, I think there's a lot to recommend favoring animals over people, in my view, too. I would swivel the camera to point out my resident co-host, Evie the Corgi, but I think she is having a nap on the other side of the couch in the background. Milk fresh from the udder. Can't simply pass by a shiny vein of ore. Nor these fish. Or gold, I guess. That's more fish over here, though. Excellent.
Huh. I never noticed how much people's personalities come through in their sneezes.
Red Sage! Alright, worth the trip. Reminds me, I don't think I ever actually used the herbs that we got earlier either. Thank you. Thank you. Fantastic. Alright. A Zoogle hunting we will go.
Are you okay, Nazamil?
I'm alright. I just tripped, that's all.
It only takes one untimely stumble to sprain an ankle. Keep your wits about you.
Right. Are you hungry? It's easy to get a bit woozy on an empty stomach.
True.
She owns solution to everything.
To take a short break.
Hoodle says, make sure you take care of yourself. See? He's looking out for you too.
Right. I will. Thank you.
Nazamil has really opened up to us, hasn't she?
I think they might be doting on her a bit much, though.
It's an expression of their concern. As long as she doesn't mind and it doesn't impede her independence, I see no issue with it.
If they pamper her too much, she's gonna end up like a certain someone we know, and We won't even be able to change our own clothes.
Not to worry, Law. I have found that it is never too late to learn such things.
I'm not sure that's a good argument.
"29 years old, finally learning how to do his own laundry. Is Dohalim me for real?"
Get lost!
Here I come! I'm out!
Wait, if I do! Annihilation!
Eat this!
Double demon fang!
Oh yeah, that combo's much better. That's what I was looking for.
Are you ready? Of course. I won't let them use it anymore. Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right in the weak spot.
Amazing accuracy.
Hey, I worked hard too, you know.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet and...
There's always room for improvement. Let me know if you find any trampled grass or scraps of half-eaten food.
What about this?
Doesn't match up with the prints at the ranch. Must be a different Zoogle.
Too many Zoogles. A classic problem.
This will be a delicious treat! Where are you going?
Come and face me! You're finished! Double demon fang!
I'm on a healing arm!
You're mine! The flame inside is yours!
Pesky airborne scoundrel! Sounds like a job for you! In here! You're really, really strong, Alvin!
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Still!
Thanks, Sheila.
Pretty sure it's not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. Do better.
I never miss! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Ignite!
Illuminate the dark!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
No escape! Shut him down! Here I come! Ha! Dragon Swarm! Double Demon Fang! You're finished! Rising Falcon! Ha!
Now! Astral Energy!
Say no more!
None of the other party members were going to help Alvin with that last combo.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
What about this footprint?
It's the wrong shape. Not fresh either.
Huh. They all look the same to me.
The Master Tracker. Makes me miss Zephyr. Rest in peace, my man.
No choice!
Annihilation! Hear me! Take this! Looking condemned!
Double Demon Fang!
Astral Energy!
Say no more! Good going, Rinwell!
Finn, go for the weak point!
What did Rinwell say? I missed it.
You picked the wrong fight! I'll take you all off!
Do it! Astral Energy!
Oh, that the footprints all look the same. I can't even see them on the screen, really. So. God bless Law's discerning eye. We'd be wasting so much time otherwise.
Thanks, Rinwell. I couldn't have done it without you.
Right back at you. You know, it feels good to hear kind words like that.
I think so too. I'll try to say more nice things in the future.
Well, it's also a little embarrassing, so maybe not too often.
Huh?
As often as possible.
What about this one? Or maybe not.
No, wait. These match the ones at the ranch.
So that means...
Yep, we're close.
Or it's close. Ever get the feeling you're being watched, my friends? I have a suspicious chill down my spine, similar to that mysterious, unidentified Zoogle that kicked off the adult arc in Tales of Praxis for us not too long ago. Not this is a regular Zoogle yet. And I wonder whether the difficulty in finding it augurs that it might have cloaking abilities not dissimilar to Nazamil's. Might be a deeper connection there.
Say no more.
Supreme Altar might be my favorite of the team-up finishers.
Sure did. The part where you swung and missed, right?
Not that part!
A giant sword swing guided by 4 varieties of astral energy. Tough to beat that.
We can't seem to find it anywhere.
Should be right around here. Where'd it go?
I'm surrounded!
Dragon form! The overworld knife is yours to be let free!
Hit it work!
Here I come! Keep charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Good! I'll leave it to you! Rising Falcon!
You should have messed with me!
Solo dance! Take this!
It's weakened!
I'll finish this thing now!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Take this!
That trick does it!
I'm on it! Okay! Hurricane thrust!
There you go!
The blazing sword's all fired up! Take this! Rising Falcon! Through escape!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
You sure showed them.
All in a day's work. Ow! Take this! Through escape!
Let's stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
Dragon Swarm! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! My turn!
Here's the evil!
The enemy will talk too!
We'll soon see about that! Or with the stockpile!
Struck! Double demon battle! Blood kick! Struck! Lightning thrust! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Teamwork!
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
We've searched this much and there's still no trace.
They must be pretty big. They shouldn't be able to hide so well. It's almost as though...
I've got it.
Huh? Nazamil? Wait, what are you doing?
Wait here.
Whoa! Where'd that come from?
Ah, pick up the phone.
Nazamil!
An invisible Zoogle? This must be the culprit.
Let's do this.
How dare they?
Venoflage.
It feels like this is personal for you.
I won't let them get away with it either.
Stay back, Nazamil.
Art expert coming through!
I think this enemy type, if I'm remembering correctly, could also cloak in the main game, though, so it's not to say it doesn't have to do with Nazamil, but it's interesting if what was just, you know, a generic enemy defense mechanism in the main game is now going to be given a special narrative meaning or explanation in terms of the Helgian Quill or otherwise.
Don't push yourself.
Dragon form! Eat this! Here I come! Eat this! Try this! Go away! Explosive ring!
Outstanding form.
Blue escape!
One more.
All disasters made one! Come forth and healing the purity! Hear me! Flame of purity!
You'll pay for that! Here I come! Strike!
Inferno punch! Let's tear him up! This is what you get for messing with the ranch!
Anything else?
I mean, technically yes, but no! Besides that,
Strike! Double demon fang! Dragon form!
watch it!
Strike! Double demon fang!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I hear.
No
Dragon form!
Take
There we
that, jerk face!
Take that, jerk face. People actually talk like that?
Not real people.
Why am I always the butt of the joke?
Nazamil, not every explanation requires a response. In this case, it is fine to ignore law. To paraphrase some classics from Tales of Symphonia.
Oh, now you're talking!
You're mine! Show me! In an instant! Impact block! You're mine! Fang trap! You're finished!
I owe you, Keon. Healing is what my art is best. All I can do is contact. The enemy is going all out! I'm all stuck up! Annihilation!
This one's to you, Kisara, but of course.
I always feel safe when we've got you and
Just what I was waiting for! When you remember an enemy can charge, and yet it refuses to charge.
Dragon form!
Attack after attack. Amazing.
Leave the enemy's art to me!
No complaints here!
Not today!
Dragon form! I can do this all day!
Double demon fang! Strike! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
You're mine!
One more!
Explosive ring!
Tectonic punch! Thunder field! Burning! Raging cascade! Here's the evil! Freeze laser!
Try.
almost there. Don't get careless. I would win with my eyes closed. That's what I mean by careless.
I can carve through armor! Double demon fang!
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
You picked the wrong fight!
Don't let up.
Here I come! Dragon form!
I'll be safer this way.
That's enough!
Burning!
Go away!
The enemy is going all out.
Ready to go!
Let's get you off that radiant.
Here! Far enough! Swallow dance! We're mine! Dragon
Now,
form!
it's over. Astral energy. Full throttle.
Love it! Never stood a chance.
A Zoogle that can turn invisible. That explains why no one had seen it.
Nazamil, I'm impressed you figured that out.
I just thought about what everyone was saying, and had a hunch.
It must have figured it was safe when hidden. It didn't expect an invisible opponent.
Pretty direct connection to Nazamil turning invisible to create a sense of safety in worlds that completely reject her as a person and deny her any sense of comfort or home.
Should I not have done that?
To be honest, I'd prefer you didn't take such big risks. However, if you hadn't done that, that Zoogle could have taken us out before we even knew what was happening. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, gang. Let's let Bogdell know his Zoogle problem is taken care of.
That's one of those things you can't see on the stream, but a cool moment that just happened there was when Alphen said thank you to Nazamil, the controller rumbled, almost as if it was like her heartbeat or some recognition of the way in which the other party members were seeing and valuing her in a way that she'd never seen before. Very cool touch. I love the way they did that.
Well, Nazamil, you seem to be in a good mood.
It feels good to be thanked by someone, doesn't it?
Yeah.
All right, back to the ranch. Oh, but we should certainly
I guess
rest at this
camping isn't
campfire
so bad,
first.
as long as it's with good company.
Yes, rest and save. Good hygienics, Pink Moon Neko, thank you.
What should I fix today?
Wasabi.
Rice! Ice cream!
Meat!
Caviar.
You guys aren't helping.
Throw them all together and what do you get? Digestive issues.
This came out so good. I almost hate having to eat it.
It's a very fancy parfait. Yeah, there you go. So you know what we're talking about, Doug? Yeah, my dad had those for a pretty long time too, so I'm hoping that they don't come for me when I get older. Oh, we have so much SP. All right, I want to spend that before we go on too. The benefit of actually seeing these subquests through. One of many benefits. You should always see through subquests in a game such as this. I think I want to enhance Flaming Edge twice. I think I want to do that. Yeah. Perfect. Just enough. I wonder, do we still have a record in this of all the owls that we collected in the main game? For Rinwell's skill that boosts her according to the owls found? Doesn't seem that way. I wonder if that skill is useful at all in the DLC then. Can't see how it would be. Open up some more spells for her, that makes sense. Excellent. All right, now we save. Onward.
Ready to go?
An opponent like this should be easy.
Here I go.
Dragon!
Not in your dreams.
Again! No escape!
Alright.
Double demon fang!
Now! Astral energy! Full throttle!
A flawless victory.
Naturally!
Awesome!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Give me any light spear and I'm a happy boy.
We want that by a mile!
Might be my favorite recurring technique in the Tales games, light spear.
A disappearing Zoogle. Now that I think
There's something
about it,
so
that does
grand
sound
and
familiar.
piercingly
That's right.
satisfying about it.
Are you okay?
Of course. Those days are in the past now.
Oh, that's right. Of course, that's when it first came up in the main game. Kelzelik had a Zoogle with the ability to turn invisible, which was part of what he used in his plot to usurp Dohalim and take control of this very realm, at the expense of so many others, including Kisara's brother, who didn't survive. All right, onward. Am I going in the right direction? No, I went with that. Oh, I know. I got distracted because I wanted to put light spear on Alphen's palette real quick. There we go.
Wait,
Oh, no.
Someone's fallen over there.
Bogdell? Bogdell! Hey, Bogdell!
Is that you, boy?
Was there more than one of the Zoogles?
What happened?
Right after you left, that Zoogle came.
Ah, yeah, we did see it lurking in the shadows, didn't we?
Thought I had him, but he got the drop on old Bogdale.
These wounds are bad. He needs healing right away, or...
That man. Is he a friend of yours?
A friend? Well, at the very least, he's always been good to me.
Understood.
Nazamil.
Jeez.
Healing powers? Ah, she can absorb ambient astral energy and channel it? Kind of like something of a blend of the Sovereign and Maiden in one.
What happened?
That's what I've been wondering about.
I thought I was a goner.
Those wounds were mortal, but they healed in an instant. Incredible.
Was I of use?
Absolutely.
Look. Are you the one who saved me?
Yes.
You don't say. I owe you my life, young lady. Thank you so much.
You've got my thanks, too. You really are amazing, Nazamil.
See? There are people out there who appreciate you. And there always will be.
The controller just vibrated again.
Anyway, now that we've completed the job, we should go back to the city and tell Legil.
Wow. Yeah, she just hollowed out all of that plant life, completely robbed it of its astral energy.
To think it would attack while we were out searching for it.
Yeah, I thought he was a goner for a minute.
Thank goodness we had Nazamil with us.
So notice, as heartwarming as that was, there was a bit of a dark undercurrent to it, because remember, back in the first mausoleum, when we got a little bit of a window into Nazamil's trauma, one of the things she said, and one of the things we kind of heard in terms of her father's voice in her head, was the idea that she was beaten and abused in part because she had been given this power, but she wasn't able to channel it or make any use out of it. And so, while it's great that, she's developing this self-concept and friends and is able to help them, there is something, I imagine, that she's still going to have to work through in terms of making sense of her power and how she wants to be in the world, as opposed to simply wanting to use it to be of use to them because she feels as if she'll be worthless if she's not of use.
Hey, I was just thinking, when we get back to Viscint, let's celebrate.
Celebrate? Celebrate what?
Are you really that dense? Nazamil's performance, obviously.
We should. It was our first request completed together. Besides, she deserves most of the credit.
In that case, there's a place I've been wanting to check out for a while now. Let's go there.
What is it, Nazamil? No need to hold back.
I'm not holding anything back. It's just that it's hard to relax when I'm surrounded by strangers.
Then why don't we camp like we used to?
Oh yeah, that'd be nice. We could build a fire, cook food together, and really have some fun.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Let's have fun tonight.
Yeah.
What should we make then?
We're doing this for Nazamil, so let's skip the fancy delicacies.
All right, back we go.
No choice.
And the more I'm thinking about it, the more I can't get over the way they're using those controller vibrations. I think it's such a thoughtful and interesting way to introduce sort of the somatic experience of everything that Nazamil is going through. Because remember too, one of the things that's so fraught for her is her relationship with her own body, which feels so foreign and wrong and inappropriate, and now she's trying to find a use to it, according to which she can feel more at home in her own skin. And so the idea that she can literally feel it resonating in her body in a positive way when her friends are thanking her for things that she's done, and that's represented wordlessly to us as players through the vibrations of the controller, is such a thoughtful and subtle way of representing a character's lived experiences.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Blazing flame! Double dance!
Mirror kick! Like this one's all mine! Dazzle! Soaring light spear! Rising falcon! But not done!
Did you see?
Sure did. You were checking out Kisara from behind.
What? No, I wasn't!
Some things don't change. All right, friendos, we are at the halfway point for today's installment in our Tales of Arise Beyond the Dawn study marathon adventure. So Aaron's going to take a brief break to reset, refill his water, say hello to his beloved dog, who I'm sure is having a nice snooze in the background. We'll be back in probably less than 5 minutes, all told, but just a couple minutes, enough time for a breather, and then I'll see you right back here, all right? So don't go too far, don't touch that dial, and I'll see you again in just a minute or two. Cheers. And we're back. On we go.
Now, as for this seating arrangement... There. That ought to do it. How's it going on your end?
All the ingredient preparation is out of the way. I'm ready to start cooking.
Can I help with anything? Maybe I could be in charge of the seasoning.
No way. We don't want to risk putting people's tongues or stomachs in danger today.
Oh, right. What is it, Nazamil?
I gathered branches for the fire. Does this look like it will be enough?
Yeah, that should do it. Thanks for the help.
You're the guest of honor today, so you really didn't have to do anything.
Yeah, but I'd rather be together with everyone.
Oh, Nazamil's here too. Welcome back.
Huh?
What's the matter? Did I say something weird?
What do you mean, welcome back?
Huh? Well, you're finally back, aren't you?
It's just that no one's ever said that to me. I mean, not until now. So I don't know what I'm supposed to...
It's good to be back.
Huh?
When you hear welcome back, you can say that in response.
People say welcome back to their friends or family when they return to a place that's like home.
A place that's like home. But I...
This place is sort of like a home, too.
Good to be...
Mm-hmm.
It's good to be back.
There you go. Welcome back, Nazamil.
Welcome back.
Well then, let's get the preparations done before it gets dark. Mind lending me a hand, Nazamil?
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Let's make this night one to remember.
You can leave that to me.
Better rest easy and prepare for tomorrow.
Oh. Nazamil's bond with Hootle is one of my favorite things about this DLC so far. Animal therapy, it's a real thing. Animals and their unconditional acceptance of others can have so many benefits for helping people, especially those who have been treated unkindly in their lives, to open up.
It's finished. Hopefully the others like it.
Whole lot of fondue. What's not to like?
I haven't slept that well in a long time.
We need to let Legil know about this.
Yeah, you might be right. Maybe we could have handled that better.
She may be a little concerned, but I don't think it's anything to worry yourself over.
That's true. We've known each other a long time, after all.
I won't forgive you!
You're mine! I'm on it!
Don't mind if I do.
Lightning thrust!
Lightning
Take this!
Let's go!
Dragon
Raging
Thrust!
Cascade!
Take this! Here I come! I'll finish you, Dragon Swarm!
Do it!
Raging Storm! Astral energy! Full throttle!
A flawless victory!
Now!
Keep our left frozen!
Hammer!
Now!
Resurrect!
Raging flame!
Lightning orb!
The heavens must be smiling.
You've changed.
Hey, Doug.
Who, me?
I'm here too.
Yes, you've loosened up.
I agree. You seem to be having fun.
To be honest, I don't really know what it's like to have fun. But unlike before, my heart feels lighter. It's a little strange, but it's not a bad feeling. I'd never wanted to use my power to help anyone before, nor had I ever been praised for it. And I never imagined I'd ever travel with someone. With friends.
I'm sure there are a lot more travels in your future.
In my future?
Do you have some kind of dream? Something you want to do?
I'm not sure. I've never thought about the future before.
You don't have to force yourself. Say, what about a hobby or something?
What do you like to do?
Oh. I like to draw.
To draw?
Just scribbling things I see or feel. Only sometimes, though.
Interesting. So you're an artist?
Sure, that got your attention.
He's
But
consistent.
you draw the things that leave an impression on you, right? I think it's a lovely hobby.
If you don't mind, could you show me your drawing sometime?
Yeah. I'd like that. A city.
Don't worry, we're right here with you.
I can't help but think about the question of whether she has a dream in contrast with the whole motif of dreams and uniquely supporting the dreams of each individual in Tales of Zestiria, which we just spent so much time in. And what an interesting contrast with this character who had never really thought about the future enough to conceive of a dream versus a world like Zestiria where everyone was sufficiently well-defined and resolved that it was just a question of identifying what their dream was and whether or not it aligned or conflicted with the dream and intentions of someone else. Seeing a character like Nazamil, it's a great representation of how the world can oftentimes be so imperfect that people can end up through no fault of their own being much too underdeveloped to even have a firm sense of what they want to aspire to. And so in order to help them develop themselves and then build the future they want, you have to start further back in healing them before you can empower them, as we've seen here. Have you adjusted to life here yet? Yes, completely, thanks to all of you, of course. It must be difficult to uproot and move to such a foreign place as this. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask.
Kisara! Lord Dohalim! Oh, thank goodness.
What's wrong? We took care of the Zoogle that was attacking the ranch.
You did? That's great news. However, something more urgent has come up now. After you left, we received a report from the Darkwings.
The Darkwings? From Niez?
The city's Danans and Renans are provoking each other, and the Darkwings say they can't control the situation for much longer.
Oh dear.
So they say...
I know. You want us to return, right?
It sounds like the situation must have worsened if they sent such an urgent backup request.
Undoubtedly. And we just came from Niez. Are you still coming with us?
The controller just vibrated again.
I want to be with you all.
It's almost as if she's feeling it in the amulet. I'm not sure if it's meant to be the amulet or her heart, or maybe the way in which the amulet is placed is meant to make it itself a symbol of her heart as represented through her bonds with the party members, but she seems to be clutching the amulet pretty much whenever the controller pulsates.
And also, I want to be of use.
You've definitely proven you can take care of yourself just fine.
It's settled then. Back to Niez.
What are those guys in Niez trying to start?
Even if they don't have weapons, Renins have astral arts.
Yes, but what about the Danins? Don't tell me they plan to use bombs again.
I'm sure not everyone wants to fight. We have to find a way to stop this.
Yeah, I'm worried. I hope that Nazamil doesn't take the wrong lesson from being of use to her friends and tries to make use of her powers to ameliorate the tension in Nia's in a way that actually ends up hurting people. Because I could see that happening, which would probably set her back a ways. Please hurry before things spin out of control. I hope we're not too late. Oh, we have another request here. I think this might be a good time to drop in and check some of the sub-quests that have popped up before we move on in the story.
I see someone who looks troubled about something.
A little compassion.
Come on in, folks. We've got all kinds of foods at great deals. The market has become so lively, I might end up loosening my purse strings. Oh, and if Kisara's saying that, it's saying something. There was some instability after the worlds merged, but now it seems that Viscint has a stable supply of goods. Yes, thankfully prices haven't fluctuated too much lately, and the residents are happy. In addition, we're starting to receive food that can't be found in Menancia and rare goods from other countries. It's a gradual process, but the world has become a better place. I think I'll enjoy some shopping, too. Wait, something's weird. Last week, the same ingredients were a little cheaper. I guess I can't fool Kisara. I knew you'd notice. Like you said, due to higher purchase prices, I raised the price by 5 gold since last week. What? Is it really that surprising? I think a 5 gold difference is trivial, said the former lord. Are you serious? 5 gold here and there can really add up. Is that so? I'm not quite sure I understand. It's shocking to see the prices go up so quickly. Is there something serious going on? Well, you know how Menancia has actively been helping other countries, right? But because of that, we're starting to run a little short on domestic distribution. We just saw this come up in the farming quest. Though that's not the only cause. You mean there's something else? Don't hold anything back. Tell me everything. Okay, calm down. Actually, lately, the soldiers of the service corps that guard the caravans have been getting attacked by Zeugles. When that happens, they leave the food behind and run away. As a result, the supplies don't reach us. The service corps runs from Zeugles? So, in other words, the issues at hand are Viscint's distribution situation and the fact that there are some cowards in the service corps. If this keeps up, Viscint itself will be in danger. First, we must beat the service corps into shape. Did you just say we? Right. Yes, the service corps should be training at the training grounds right now. So, you and I should join and give them some special training.
Really now?
Apparently, I do not have a choice in the matter. Thanks for the information. We'll take responsibility for remedying the situation. Thanks. That's reassuring. The Keeper of Wallets. Another reconstruction quest. Alright, let's do it.
What an embarrassing performance. This will require a strict training regimen.
So, this is the infamous demon drill instructor I've heard so much about.
Shh! She'll hear you!
Demon Drill. One of the lesser-known variants of Demon Fang. I wonder if there's more to this charm than meets the eye, or if it really is just a charm symbolizing friendship. I kind of hope for the latter, but in a story like this, it could end up being the former also. I feel like it would be more in keeping with the spirit of Tales and how they treat the acknowledgement and creation of symbols by characters if it were really just a symbol, though. There's been a lot of damage to caravans from the Zeugle attacks around Viscint. Please be careful. Still, it's our job as the service corps to deal with it, but it's hard to train fresh talent. I'm gonna save before this.
What?
Captain Kisara, we weren't expecting you today. I'm looking for the soldiers responsible for escorting the caravans. I've heard their activity has been feckless lately. Please forgive us, but it seems the Zeugles are growing in number, and so you're one of them. It's true that sometimes running away is the right choice, but that also means you can't protect what you need to. Therefore, starting now, we will conduct a special training session to protect the safety and livelihoods of our citizens. Huh? What? Just like that? But, I mean, the safety of citizens is one thing, but their livelihoods too?
Hey!
I'm not going to take any questions. We will be taking responsibility and training every single one of you into soldiers that can't be taken down by any Zoogle. Do you understand? Yes, thank you, Captain Kisara. Good. A drill instructor from hell indeed, perhaps more so than usual. Well. Did you say something, Dohalim? Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Then this time it will be just you and me fighting. Shall we start the special training? Let's do it. Fine by me. Feel free to begin. Very well. Let's use our skills to retrain these soldiers.
Seriously? Is this a joke? Never have I been to one?
Alright, I have to remember how to play as Kisara. I haven't spent any time mapping her skills or anything like that, so I'm a little worried. Maybe I should at least take the time to map her skills quickly. There we go, alright, now we're getting into a rhythm with it. She definitely plays different, but I do remember fondly her subquest in the main game where she had to take on one of her rivals one-on-one in Coliseum, so not totally without experience and background in playing this right. Though I wasn't expecting there to be more enemies coming in. That might be rough. Okay, we can at least use items though, that's a help.
This one's mine! What? Inferno cross! Catapult! Shot! Catapult! Behold! The earth pulse! Tectonic vision!
Awesome.
I healed myself. This one's mine! Flaming meteor! Flaming meteor! Deity, guess I had to use it. On guard! Benediction light. Going in. Heal. Flaming meteor! Inferno crossing! Their arcs were interrupted. Heal my weary companion. Flaming meteor! Sure. Inferno crossing! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare demolisher! Ha! Take this! On guard! Inferno crossing! Still all yours, Kisara! Most excellent. I couldn't have done it without your support. You have to heal.
Glad Nazamil let us know.
Going in. Inferno crossing. Hurricane flight. There's more. Look sharp! Flaming meteor! Inferno crossing!
Another incantation.
Flaming meteor!
I feel rather out of sorts.
Fusion of hard-shelled insects should could do the trick.
Is there a qualified doctor we can ask?
Hook shot! Flaming meteor! Inferno crossing! Flaming meteor! Hurricane flight! Lightning strike! Huh. Flaming meteor! Denied! This one's mine! Flaming meteor!
No further!
Inferno crossing!
Addiction
Tonight's
light.
standing effect! Heal! On guard!
Elusive deity!
Flaming meteor! Inferno crossing! Huh. Flaming meteor! Inferno crossing! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Balancer!
Benediction light.
This one's mine! Inferno crossing! Huh. Huh. One more!
Resonate with the
Hook shot! Huh. Huh. Take this! Flaming meteor!
Here comes another.
Flaming
Oh
meteor!
my god, how many of these are we gonna have to take on?
air pressure!
Alphen, I miss you, my guy.
Going in! Inferno crossing! I owe you one for that! I'm going!
Let me free you of your power!
Thanks, young. Flaming meteor! I'm ready! Here, I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Balancer! You're open! Look sharp! Lightning strike! Ha!
Thank you!
Hurricane strike! Lightning strike! That's it!
On your knees!
This one's mine! Far enough! Going in!
Resonate no further!
Plenty left! That's it! Hurricane Joe relief!
All yours, Kisara!
Hurricane Dooley.
Got you! Look sharp!
I think we're finally on the last one.
This one's mine! That's it! Lightning strike! On guard! Flaming meteor!
Breath of life! No way out of my weary companion!
Going in! Inferno crossing!
Heal my weary companion! Cure!
Lightning strike! All healed! Going in! Flaming meteor! Joe relief!
All yours, Kisara!
Alright, it wasn't pretty, but we made it.
What the hell?
Even with Lord Dohalim here, I didn't think we'd get taken to task this badly. No, you guys have what it takes. I believe the reason you're losing to the Zoogles is a matter of your mindset. Menancia has had no major upheavals even after the merging of the worlds. I don't totally blame you for letting your guards down. But Viscint's food is the lifeline of the world. From now on, you must keep that in mind when escorting the caravans. Yes, Captain. We will make sure to offer better protection next time.
Good.
There shouldn't be any problems with the guards now. Shall we report to the shopkeeper? Yes. Let's let him know he doesn't need to worry about any further price increases.
Kisara felt even more intense than usual.
Indeed. I felt it as well.
I ain't training with Kisara. No way.
When price gouging is on the line, Kisara will give no one any quarter. I just finished training with the Service Corps. This should help them distribute food a little better. I appreciate it. That should stabilize prices. As a thank you, allow me to give you a special discount on your purchase. Really? I appreciate that. Let me take a look.
So then,
Kisara, just to check, isn't your wallet a little fatter than it was earlier? In that case, I'd like to purchase the ancient paperweight over there. You may not. Or at least that's what I'd like to say. But if you're willing to taste today's meal, I'll propose the idea to everyone.
What?
Oh, how unusual of you to compromise. I made you take part in the training today, and besides, relics seem to be a factor that energizes you. So, from now on, I will allow purchases with conditions.
Agreed.
Very well. It's a bit of a perk to taste your food, but I'll be happy to help you for tonight's dinner. Actually, I asked Alphen to switch dinner duty with me today. I'm counting on you, Dohalim. Got him!
Kisara, you've gotten very good at dealing with Dohalim.
We've known each other for a long time. I've been able to observe him closely.
I guess Dohalim's no match for the demon drill instructor.
Law, I need a word. Come with me.
Ah! No, wait! I was joking! Come on! I'm begging you! Cut me a break!
She didn't cut him a break.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Alright, so we probably want a few more items and we'll rest, and then I think there are a few more subquests that opened up in other areas which we can knock out before we move on with the main story. I think that's adequate. Oh, are there any
There's
other
someone who
weapons
makes
we can
weapons.
forge at this point? No. Yes. Excellent. No. Nope. Well, we got one. I'll take it.
Dan and Blacksmith.
Oh, we don't have enough gold to craft anything right now. Well, that's okay. I'm happy with the kits we have at this point.
This is a true masterpiece, no less than culinary art.
Oh, the wink. The man knows what he's about. Alright. Give me some subquests, please. Alright, we have one at the ranch, one at the lake, and that's it. So, not too many. Let's go to the ranch first.
Time flies when we're traveling together.
I wanted to see if we could find a little bit of hollowing on the ground. Is that it? No, that's a rock. There it is. It's there. But I guess it's not distinctive enough to merit a conversation amongst the party members. It's a bit surprising to me. I might have imagined it would trigger a skit or something. What should we do, Bogdal? If we don't do something soon...
Oh, hey!
What's up, Bogdal? And is that lady a guest of the ranch? Yep. Hey, kid. You've come to the right place. This lady loves animals just like you, and she comes to visit from time to time. But her favorite rapig, Wilbur, has run away. Wilbur gets scared very easily. Even if I tried to find him, I worry he might run away again if I get too close. And that's why I was wondering how to catch him. Say, would you mind finding Wilbur for us? An animal lover like you might be able to bring him home. Absolutely. Gotta save the rapigs. Sure thing. We better find little Wilbur before he goes too far away. Thank you so much. You're such a reliable person, just like Bogdal said. Wait, do you know me? Yes, I've actually seen you around before and noticed how you were so loved by animals. You were really charming. You think so?
Let's go!
All right, you can rest assured, miss. Just leave it to me. I'll leave it in your hands, then. This is a real turning point for that young lady, you see. Turning point? Is something happening? When this is all over, I think it's finally time for me to, confess my true feelings. True feelings? You don't mean... I thought I was satisfied admiring quietly, but oh dear, just listen to me talk. I'm gonna make myself blush.
Woohoo!
Oh, hell yeah! One Wilbur coming right up. Come on, Alphen, let's get the show on the road. Okay, is it just me, or do you seem to be strangely enthusiastic about this? Are those wedding bells I hear in my future? Finally, I think it's Law's time to shine. Man, I never thought being liked by animals would bring me such fortune. Now, let the search for Wilbur begin. So I'm imagining the twist will be that she's actually interested in Bogdo rather than in Law.
Right. You're in a pretty good mood.
His mood is good, but his motivations sure aren't.
Oh? I thought... What are his motivations then?
He just wants to pick up chicks.
Where are you?
Doesn't look like he's here.
Yeah, let's look somewhere else.
That would be too easy. Quick, all the way to the other side of the highway.
Leave it all to love.
I'm here too, you know. Looks like you're doing well, Laura.
Of course!
In an instant!
All aboard the victory train!
Overconfidence can bite you in the butt.
Wilbur! Make some noise if you can hear us!
Admittedly, this would be easier if rapigs could understand human speech.
Maybe. But even if they could, it's possible they would be too scared to reply anyway.
At any rate, all we can do is keep searching. Let's move on to the next spot.
Looks like we're heading over here. All right. I think my dog Evie knows that we're hunting for an animal. I can hear her fretting in the background. They're herding dogs, corgis, so they would certainly be distressed if they lost one of the members of their herd.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. Nice. Good form.
Great! Don't let her get us! We got the advantage!
Good. Just have to make sure we keep it.
Don't worry!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
All the monsters made one! Come to the
Wow! Look what I just found.
Now I want to be on the other side. And back we go. This is where we just checked before, though. Handsome horses, but alas, no rapig. Ah! A rapig in danger!
Look! A rapig is being attacked by Zoogles!
That must be Wilbur. No choice.
Save that rapig!
that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to fall back into defensive.
I'll show you how to... I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire!
Here, let me help.
Yeah. He wields arts too.
We'll see about that.
I'm chucking it.
Healing
Far enough.
You're mine!
Not on my watch.
Here I come! Dragon
Over.
Don't wake me!
There you go. So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I hear.
Nope, that'd be silly.
I'm on it.
No, I won't give in.
There's some strong enemies going after this rapid.
Astral energy!
Say no more. What's going, Ridwell?
Didn't expect the rapid to have friends in high places, though, I imagine.
Is this it?
God damn it. Oh, Law's dead too? Jesus. Fuck!
I'll bring you back from death.
Might have spoken too soon here.
Take this! Dragon Swarm! Now! You try harder! Now!
All right. Don't give up. Annihilation.
Blazing! I'm
I'll
not
bring you
done!
back from death a bit.
I hope this thing is medically
Struck! Double demon back! I'm not done! First strike! No escape! You're mine! Soaring light spear! Thanks, Shion.
It's not the first time.
And I'm still grateful. You're mine! No escape! No fair! Double demon bang! Do it! Shion!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Nothing gets by me!
Double demon bang! Eat this! Double demon bang!
Astral
That's
energy!
it.
Say no more!
Got it. Alright. One rapid saved. Now, it's safe to come out, Wilbur. Bet you were scared, huh? Come here, little guy. Not so little. Grrr! It's the best rapid noise I can do. Wow, you've got a way with animals, Law. I imagine saving his bacon has a lot to do with it. I'm pretty sure this has got to be Wilbur. We ought to bring him back to the ranch. Wilbur A. Zilchrist is back safe and sound, and it's all thanks to you. And not a scratch on him either. A happy rapig makes for a happy ending.
What?
Sounds like the name of some lord. Anyway, I'm glad we found him safe and sound. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll never forget your kindness. Especially you, Law. I knew someone who is loved by animals like you would surely find Wilbur for me. So, if you don't mind, may I hold your hand? Huh? Yes, ma'am. Please. Thank you. Here I go.
That's just...
No way. So you really like... Right then. Thanks to you, Law, I finally found the courage to confess my true feelings. Huh? Oh, Wilbur, you're just so cute. That wonderful pink fur, I just can't get enough. And here I thought she was after the farmer. No, she was after the rapig. That's what you meant? This young lady really loves Wilbur A. Zilkros, regardless of his species, you see. Look, Bogdal, Wilbur's looking at me with loving eyes. Oh my. I thought she was in love with me. I guess you're only loved by animals. Now, don't be so down, kid. Look, the other rat pigs are gathering around as well. Oh my goodness, so loved by animals. Love it. Ugh, they're licking me all over again. Damn it, my clothes are getting soaked. Hey, Rinwell, isn't there an astral art to attract girls? Of course not. And anyway, you're popular with animals. Isn't that fantastic? I want to be popular with humans. Sheesh, your thoughts are so predictable. Besides, honestly, I wouldn't tell you if one did exist. Huh? Did you say something, Rinwell? Nothing. Hey, don't come near me in your soggy clothes. Yep. Ooh, if I'm not mistaken, it seems like you're already loved by someone, kiddo. Oh. Rinwell and Law feelings. You knew they'd be coming for you sooner or later.
Sometimes it's a pain being so beloved by animals. Wish I were this popular with humans.
You really want tons of people fawning over you?
Just to see what it's like. But really, the truth is, I'd be fine with just one special person.
Buddy.
Is that so?
Hey guys, thanks to you, Wilbur's doing well. He seems to be getting along with the young lady. That must be what it's like to feel connected. I wish I had someone like that. Oh, Bogdal. You guys help each other out just like them and stay safe, alright? And we'll never talk about that little hollowing on the ground right behind you. I'm not going to raise livestock. They'll be eaten in the end, so they should be raised with love and gratitude. Livestock farmers should never forget that. Harrowing but true, I suppose. But not Wilbur. Oh dear, I just noticed that the main quest is called Feared. That doesn't make me more optimistic about it. Alright, we have one more subquest on the map. I still want to see if we can find those windswept mains. I imagine they'd probably be in the region around Adon Lake anyway. I'm guessing with those wolf-type enemies with mains. If we see any of those, maybe we can try to fish out some windswept mains. Not here. I think they might have been on the path down here, though. Oh, that fellow respawns, too. Good to know. Where's the quest? Oh, it's all the way up there. Okay. Well, we might just find some of those enemies on the way, then. How are we? Oh, we should probably rest before we move on here.
Can finally take a breather.
Looks perfect and tastes just as good.
I'm sorry, Alphen. You didn't have to take my turn keeping watch. You should have woken me up.
Yeah, one of these enemies. My guess is this is what has the windswept main.
Where are you going?
Astral energy! Full throttle! Looks like we gathered all the materials Torben requested.
Excellent.
These battles are making me hungry.
Really? I thought we ate just a little while
I didn't
ago.
realize we were only one short.
Did
That's
we?
perfect.
Are you sure? How are you feeling, Nazamil?
I'm still full.
Hey, didn't we find a recipe that...
Yeah, we can use this for it.
Hold on, don't tell me you guys plan on going ahead. In that case, here's some friendly advice. Take my word for it and turn back, and I mean now. You seem pretty worked up. Is there something up ahead? I recently came to learn of a Renin structure past year, so I thought I'd go check it out. But as soon as I entered, a chill ran down my spine. I sensed a presence, not of this world.
Right.
I see. That structure must be a mausoleum, no doubt about it. Still, what possessed you to approach that structure in the first place? I mean, it's Renin, right? I figured there must be something in there I could use. But as soon as I felt that repulsive presence, my will to raid it all but dried up. We risk our lives every time we enter a mausoleum. I suggest you never enter another one. I'll believe you me, I already came to that conclusion during my last brush with death. It really felt like something was here, though. I admit I'm curious myself. Hey, Kisara, we ought to check out that strange presence in the mausoleum. What do you say?
Right.
It must be behind what was... well, excuse me. It must be what was behind the locked door when we were there the first time. Sure, if it ends up being dangerous, better to take care of it before it's too late. You'd be doing me an awful big favor. I won't be able to sleep a wink until I know what that was. What could it have been? Normally, the signs would point to a Zoogle, but this isn't normal. We didn't encounter any presence like that when we checked it out, did we?
Whoa!
I hate to imagine it, but do you think the Helganquil inside the mausoleum have awakened? No, it can't be. Those Helganquil should still be asleep. All the more reason we can't leave this matter be. We'll have to see the truth with our own eyes. I'm gonna duck out for half a second here just because I can hear Evie fretting over a toy. I'm sure she's hidden under the couch, and I don't want her to get destructive by virtue of not having access to it. I'll be back in half a sec. And we're back. It's another installment of her favorite game in the entire world, Reverse Fetch, wherein she makes Dad fetch her toys from places where she can't reach them.
Better to take care of it before it has a chance.
We need to take another look. Let's see what we can do.
Well, the completion of the other subquest will be right on our way back to Nia's, so why don't we go after the mausoleum first? Looks like we're going to be taking the long road back. No fast travel point there. Let's do it. Away we go.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
We should be able to warp right to the inner sanctum, I think. How convenient. As suspected, in the direction of that locked door. Oh, I should probably save. It's been a minute.
Could it be?
Hey, look. You think this room opened up when the Zoogles awakened? It wasn't the Helganquil, but the Zoogle's bizarre presence that seeped outside. Careful, everyone. rogue rampaging Zoogle. A giant Zoogle, in fact.
It's huge.
Oh yeah, that's a big
It'd
one.
be a good way to test my strength.
Don't get carried away, Law.
Let's rock. Let's rock today. Now we have a lot of SP again, but I hope we can take this on without unlocking extra skills. And then once we get the extra SP from this quest, we can just have a skill unlocking bonanza. By which I mean one high value skill for each character.
Get in, get out.
Okay, soaring light spear.
Freeze, Lancer! Dance in the wind! Air drop! The waters of creation roll and red! This one's mine!
Aim for the weak spot. Enough done.
I just didn't shattering pieces! Illuminate the dark!
Explosive ring.
Holy quiver! Holy healing circle! Glacial spear! Here's evil!
This time. Enough done.
Illuminate the dark!
Hurricane. Burn in hell. Turbine. Dragon swarm. Try this.
I'm just getting started!
Explosive ring.
Outstanding form! Healing circle! In here!
I owe you one. Here I come. Dragon swarm.
Made one! Let me help!
I owe you one.
Never miss!
Here I come.
I never miss, she declares, promptly missing.
Take this. Take this.
Glacial spear! Here's evil! I'm just getting started!
Rising falcon.
There! Dance in the
Turbine. Dragon swarm.
Mega red!
I'm on it. You're finished. Take this.
Tear 'em up!
Receive it back.
Hurricane!
Incineration wave. Inferno punch. Blue escape.
Let me help!
Dragon swarm. It's
I'll be
over.
saving this one!
Here I come.
There it is.
Let's do it!
Oh, that was a tough one to break. Very satisfying when we did it.
Here, let me help!
Try this.
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Here's a healing heart!
I'm on it.
Thunder field!
Blazing flame. Here I go. Try
Alright,
this.
it's showtime! In
Explosive
here!
ring.
This'll come in handy! Illuminate the dark! Come for healing circle!
Cool keeper, that's a good name. I just noticed that.
Illuminate the dark! Mine! I've never missed!
Enough done.
The enemy is doing all out! Here I go! Get the wind! Air thrust! Here's how we hold it! First aid!
Take the
The waters of creation!
lightning thrust.
Calm down!
Enough done.
Healing circle! Air thrust! Searing flame! Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction. It's good to be prepared.
Swallow dance. You're finished. I'm on it.
New lease on life.
Dragon swarm.
Shooting star!
I didn't even realize that someone had died. I really have to get better at monitoring the party.
Here's Eva!
Enough done. You're finished. Try harder. My turn. Blue escape.
Let me help.
Light spear. Right.
Field! Strike! Dance in the wind! Here! Field!
Take this. Dragon swarm. Almost there.
Don't let your guard down. Here, let me help struggle. First aid! No, it won't end like this.
That time I noticed.
You'll pay for that.
Come forth, the helix of purity! Here!
The blazing sword.
Burn hell!
Burn in hell.
First aid!
Dragon swarm.
The enemy is going all out! Watch and await magic is there! Seal! It's good to be here. Let me help.
Wow. Killed two of us at once. I did not like that.
Let's end here. Here I come. Dragon swarm.
I can feel the medicine working.
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that.
That was your mistake.
Amazing. Hopefully I'd been more careful.
Where are you going?
Do it!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Ooh. Probably would have been easier to go after the main body than that dangling, dodgy tail, but it's just too tempting not to. Yeah, we've gotten a bunch of astral flowers already. This is a bit of a late tutorial. Gigant Zoogles. Giant Zoogles roam around certain areas. They're very hard to fight, but you can get rare items and lots of SP if you manage to beat them.
That takes care of the odd presence.
But the mausoleum remains a dangerous place. For now, let's report back on our progress and fill her in on the mausoleum status.
Alright, back we go. And then we can just take the path all the way back to Niaz and stop and wrap up the other subquest on the way. Ah, a plan takes shape. I love it.
Time flies when we're traveling together.
But first, a well-deserved rest.
We can finally take a breather.
Noodle pancakes, I love it. Maybe my
Whoa,
favorite dish.
That came out perfect.
Awesome. Wish my pancakes looked like that. I don't really make pancakes, but if I could make pancakes that looked like
Your
that, I
sleep
probably
talking
would
last
make
night was
pancakes.
fascinating. It sounded like you were tending to your equipment even in your dreams.
No backing down! In a bind! Dragon form! Down! Rising Falcon!
I'm all stuffed up!
Pressure!
Lightning orb!
Blazing swords on fire! Blue escape!
You know, one thing you really make
Demon's descent! Flashing fang!
This could be useful.
How's this?
So you guys are back from that Renin structure, eh? You figure out what that icky presence I felt was? Yeah, it was an enormous Zoogle. We dispatched it already, but it's still dangerous inside, so don't go in, right? Don't gotta tell me. I was hoping for some of that Renin tech, but I'm over it. What did you want Renin tech for? Most of them can't be utilized with Danon knowledge, you know. Sure, but some of them are useful. And once you learn how to use them, there's nothing to worry about, right? That might fly with normal Renin tech, but most of the stuff in that structure is really dangerous. Besides, if a function that can cause severe damage is accidentally activated, we don't have the technology to break it. If you know how dangerous Zoogles are, you should know what that means.
Come on!
Well, yeah, but a peek wouldn't hurt, right? Okay, Pandora. Never mind. I guess you're right. I'll be sure to stay away from those kinds of places from now on. And yet, I have a sneaking suspicion we will probably see her again. And not just hanging out enjoying a quiet, happy life in town. I mean, I value my life after all. I'm sure a lot of people other than that woman would want to get things from mausoleums. I'm not in a position to speak for others, but I'm sure the Helganqua wouldn't feel too good about having their sleep disturbed. From their perspective, it's like being forced to wake up. Say, I wonder if Hevrek 35 and Dake Faisal are still observing us. I was wondering about that too. It is possible, but from what Dohalim says, it isn't so easy to check on them. I'm seriously in no mood to wake them, but there's no way we can just ignore the mausoleums. Yeah, we're the only ones who can take care of the mausoleum, so let's be sure to deal with them.
Elfin?
Elfin, if the Helgank will awaken, what are you going to do? If that happens, I'd want to tell the Helganquil that there's no need for us to fight. I want to try to have a conversation with them. I feel like that's what this world needs. Yeah, I feel the same way. I hope we get the opportunity to do that, because Hevric 35 is truly the only example of a Helganquil we've seen throughout the entire story who was outside the radius of the great astral spirit of Rena's influence, and therefore could exert any kind of will or opinion or self-concept. Especially now that we're in a new world where everyone's figuring out what they really want and also how to integrate. It would be great to see the true Renans, who have not been involved at all in life and activity in this new world yet, get up and about and figure out how to participate in the new world order, if they even want to. Maybe they want to just step back and become observers and scientists in the way that Hevric 35 did.
But Hevric 35 would say if they could see our world now.
Whatever their opinion, it would not change the fact that they entrusted us with the future of the Twin Worlds.
Even if you could ask Hevric 35 what they think, their response would probably be too complicated anyway.
You're not wrong. I guess all we can do is press on and believe what we're doing is right.
So many great aspects of Tales of Arise and its world and story, and Hevric 35 is definitely one of those that continues to sit with me to this day. Just that wonderful motif of a character that's not only alien, but that stands outside of the world and is interested in observing what the characters within it choose to do with it in its future. And then for the characters themselves to show up at that observation deck and be able to kind of see the world and themselves through Hevric's eyes and think about, all right, what is it that we really want to accomplish, and what's the right way to do that on a cosmic scale as opposed to just individually. Really telling too, in that sense, that not only did they resolve to chart a future for both worlds at that observation station, but also that they had their resolution scenes in their most intimate moments before the final confrontation at that same satellite. Well, I thought that this was the map where the other side quest was seeking a resolution, but I think that might be on the other side of Nia's. Did we just miss the timing on it? Maybe it's become temporarily unavailable. The side quest that was looking for the Windswept Mains, the fellow who knew Renmal from a former life. If I go to the activity records menu, it should say. Oh, got it. We can't progress until we complete Feared. Well, at least it tells us that. That's nice. Take the ambiguity out of the equation. All right. Save and onward to the main story. Let's see what happens next. I'm nervous. Yep. Looks about right. Oh my gosh, Zoogles.
I don't know if it was the Danans or the Renans who did it, but someone must have let them in.
But how? The Renans can't control them anymore, right?
We've got to figure that out. And get rid of all the Zoogles in the city.
There are too many for us to split up and fight in groups. I'll take a look around.
Oh, right. If you turn invisible, you can walk right past the Zoogles.
Go ahead, but be careful.
I'll be fine.
Now then, let's hunt some Zoogles.
It's gonna be one of those reinforcement battles,
What were
right?
they thinking letting Zoogles into the city?
I'm sure they weren't thinking that far ahead.
Well, they should have. Now they're putting their own people in danger.
We've got to take care of it ourselves. Damn it.
They're above us. Shion, you know what to do.
It's my turn, is it? I'm on it.
Yeah! Go get them, Shion! This ends now!
Consider
I'm worried about Nazamil. Let's finish this.
Don't worry. Immobilize that one.
Look sharp!
Lightning tiger blade.
Is that too much?
Not at all. Rising
You got
Falcon!
company.
Blue escape!
In a bind?
Watch this.
Oh, not a reinforcement fight.
What about Nazamil? Did she go already?
I think so.
Let's hurry before she gets too far ahead.
I can't tell if it's indicating there's something over here. No, it doesn't look that way.
The Zugo body. Not just that.
It can't be. The hollowing?
Oh yeah, Jesus.
Hey, you okay?
Zugal carcasses and the hollowing. What happened?
That brat. That damn Reddit Lord's brat. She dissolved the Zugals in a flash and then...
Pick up the phone. I called
You're
it.
saying Nazamil did this? The dead Zugals? And the hollowing too?
The hollowing is what remains after matter has been stripped of all its astral energy. Nazamil gathered astral energy for a powerful astral art before. So maybe
Hollowing in this city? This is not good.
we should hurry and catch up with her.
Trying to be useful, but not understanding the meaning and impact of her power. It melted. It's all melted. I'm not kidding. Look.
Do Danins and Renins really want to fight so badly that they're willing to expose their own people to danger? I refuse to accept the idea that things were peaceful back when we were oppressed by force.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to help. That's what happens when you have such a myopic concept of being useful, thanks to all of the horrific abuse that she endured as a kid. Being trained to see herself merely as an instrument. Who can blame her for mistranslating what it is to be someone's friend? She struck down a Zugal with a single attack. Is that the power of a Lord's daughter?
More of the hollowing. And another body.
Hey, at least Nazamil is trying to save these folks, right?
Yeah, but I'm worried about the method. This city has a bad history with the hollowing.
Yeah, no kidding. Reopening old wounds, I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah, accidentally reawakening all of the old trauma of exactly what Almadria, the lord who ruled over this exact city, did. And she hollowed everyone from their own rage. What's going on? The Zugals instantly melted into some kind of silver liquid. And it's a mirror of that too, because Almadria hollowed everyone based on their hatred and just frenzy of antipathy toward the Renins. And it was exactly that kind of just enmity between Renins and Danins that prefigured our arrival here, because they were in conflict with each other. And from that comes hollowing. Did you see that? Those Zugals melted. That Renin girl, she's done the same thing as the Lord, as Almadria. Exactly what Aaron said. How does she appear and disappear like that? Isn't she just the daughter of some lord? That Renin girl ran off to the plaza. What could she be up to?
Is Nazamil in there?
The trail of hollowed leads into the plaza. She must be...
We've got to hurry.
Out of our way, damn it! We have to
get to the plaza. Stay out of our way!
Don't get reckless. Focus on the enemies in front of you.
I know!
Let me help.
Watch this! Light spear! Start up!
Eagle Fly!
Rising Falcon!
Got fire!
I got this! Let him march there!
All yours!
Dragon Swarm! You'll pay for that! Take this! Cut! Dragon! I'm not done! Flaming Thrust!
Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
Okay,
There's
done.
more of them next.
It's like they're being drawn to the plaza.
Could whoever's responsible for
Now
this
we have the
also be
reinforcement
there?
I
battle.
think so. Nazamil is likely there as well.
Too fast!
Stand back. I'll pick it up.
Enemies incoming!
It's the will take them down.
I'm surrounded!
I'm on my
Illuminate the dark! Oh! Thanks,
Can't
Ross!
get out of this!
Radiant
I'm not
Holy
done.
Land!
You're mine!
More Sucrose?
Keep calm and take them down!
Should have restocked on items before we went to Nia's. I wasn't thinking of that.
Here I come!
Bring you back from
Is this it?
Don't
God damn it. Stay alive, Elfin.
hit me!
These life bottles resuscitated him with more than 800 HP. Be a little easier.
I'll bring you back from I'll bring you Lightning Command! Thunder Blade! Now, bring you back from I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss!
Oh yeah, I would call this chaos, definitely.
I'll bring you back from the front line! Where are you going?
Tragic chaos of an incredibly powerful child who doesn't understand herself enough to be able to make sense of her powers or abilities. Through no fault of her own.
Give up!
I don't even know the word defeat.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I'll bring you... Back from Death's Abyss! Ready to go!
Yeah, this is not a good situation. Might have to drop an elixir just to try to get ahead of these.
Resuscitation! I'm all stopped up!
Alright, is there something we can get an edge on here?
No further!
Wind astral energy!
Dragon!
What was I thinking?
My turn! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Shadow! Be still!
Illuminate!
No escape!
Healing circle!
Rising Falcon!
Or steel!
Dazzle! It's over!
You see what happened there as you crossed me?
Soaring
Should have done
Spear!
it.
Marvelous! Magic is there! Seal!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Take this!
I'll heal you all! Watch this! Their field! Healing waters of creation!
Be still!
Dance in one
Rising Falcon!
I'm on a roll! No more playing nice!
Get out of this! Eagle assault!
Oh my god, this is nuts.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Not a chance!
These reinforcement battles really do feel, let's use that same word, chaotic. So much happening. There we go. Alright. Whew! Learned a lot of items, but we got through it in more or less one piece, I guess.
The way is clear.
Hurry! To the plaza!
Oh, no, it would be helpful actually before we move on. Just getting some more skills under our belt, which I had meant to do earlier. That'll help. Ugh. We are so frustratingly close to KO prevention. post-strike stuff. For Alpha. Just looking to see if there's any other healing tech for Shion, because it seems like she could use it, but I think we got it already. Oh, revitalize. Shit, I can't believe I didn't unlock that earlier. That will help. Alright, there we go. I'm suspicious that there's a boss fight coming up, so I might just double back to the end to see if the shop will sell us things. It might.
We have to hurry to
Nope.
the plaza.
Alright, that's fair. Brother has to try. Alright, brace yourselves. Take a deep breath. Oh, what a scene to enter into.
She's a monster. She melted it. Just stay back. Are you okay? Hold your fire.
Nazamil saved your lives.
The hell she did? She's a monster. How could the hero of Dana defend this abomination? I don't get it. Whose side are you on anyway?
Are you okay, Nazamil?
Well, if he refuses to do it...
Oh! Wow.
I don't get it. Why would the hero...
How dare you?
What the hell? Why are you turning on us? We're not the enemy. That thing's the one you should fight.
I fought to save the oppressed. I fought to save all the innocent people of this world. If you would stoop so low as to harm an innocent... You are my enemy!
Wow. Sovereign's Crest controlling him? Is that what's happening? Jesus. Oh my god, it's like as bad as when he first took up the blazing sword against the Lord of Calaglia, whose name I'm blanking on.
Were you able to find out who could have let the Zeugles in?
It was those men in the plaza. They burned some kind of incense that attracts Zeugles. Where would they even get something like that? For now, most of those behind the scheme have been detained.
Yeah, I didn't see that turn coming for Alphen. Definitely
Denins
shakes
are one
things up.
thing, but can you even catch Renins?
You may find it hard to believe, but there are Renins that don't want to fight. But more pressing than that.
Is the hollowing, and everything that happened at the plaza.
Yes. Rumors are already spreading like wildfire throughout the city. About Nazamil and Alphen both.
Alphen.
I ended up drawing my blade on those that turned to me for help. I used force on people who thought differently from me. Just like the enemies we all fought against. But what choice did I have?
I think it'd be best for you to leave Mies for a bit. Just until things cool down. I hate to say it, since I'm the one who called you back here and all.
But why? Alvin saved my life. He didn't do anything wrong.
The controller just shook again.
Nazamil. Why is Alvin the one being punished? Why not me?
It's okay. It isn't Bayfon's fault.
But...
It's fine. I'll do as you say, and leave for a while.
I'll tell everyone what really happened. How none of you are to blame.
it doesn't make any sense.
Oh, wow. Defend the city from a Zeugal threat and subdue the chaos.
This is how they treat us?
Chaos
Enough,
indeed.
Law.
It would be too difficult to reach another city at this hour. Camping might be our best bet today.
This ain't the type of place for peace and quiet. If only everyone could just get along for Pete's sake. Seriously. Boy, that sheer just indignation from Alphen, the sentiment that I gave everything to save you and you're demonstrating to me that you aren't worth having saved. What a powerful sentiment, and something so painful for someone who gave truly everything for the sake of rectifying the nature of the world in the main game. It strikes me as an interesting reimagining too of the inciting incident for Dawn of the New World, the sequel for Tales of Symphonia, because we ultimately discover that it's not what it appears to be, but the opening scene from that game is an image of the hero Lloyd from Tales of Symphonia massacring an entire town, Palmacosta, in what came to be known as the Blood Purge. So that idea of under what circumstances will a hero turn against those he tried to save, I think is a really interesting one, especially for for someone who totally restructured the world and gave people an opportunity to reconfigure their relationships with one another, right? Especially for someone like Alphen, so much of that consisted in liberating people and giving them access to options and modes of engaging with community that they didn't have before. So for him to then see, like, I gave you so many opportunities, I gave you the ability to make choices that could have improved your lot and the lot of everyone else, and this is what you do with that freedom. Like, it's horrifying to see how contorted and enraged he was by all of that. But I think, especially having played through the main game and guided his own development to the point of resolution at the end of the game, it strikes me as deeply relatable and all the more painful for that reason. Yeah, well, it's a very potent way, I would say, Doug, of reinforcing something that they've talked a lot about in the DLC so far, right? Namely the thought that it takes time and conversation and people working with one another in order to build a better future for the world. And that includes saviors with complicated relationships with the world like Alphen, right? He, just as much as anyone, needs to come to a new understanding of what the world wants to be and how he can help people to realize that world now that they're in a different context with each other and building these new communities. Creating new communities doesn't mean having thereby fixed everything. No. Yes, brutal is a great word for it. Have you heard? It wasn't Renans that let Zeugles into the city. Are you serious? What the hell? But the bigger problem is that the Blazing Sword didn't side with us, if you ask me. See? I told you. This is what happens when you give Bright Eyes a chance. If something like this happens again, will the Darkwings accept responsibility? I'm telling you all, you're wrong. It wasn't the Renans who brought the Zeugles into town. Wasn't it just an act to protect the Danans? So then why are you trying to stop them? The mythology of Alphen as the Blazing Sword is also really interesting because we know, like, this Blazing Sword he carries was directly provided by and derived from and supported through the efforts of Xion, who's a Renan. And so really, I think, playing through the main game and seeing what they achieve together, it becomes the perfect symbol for the collaboration and mutual respect and understanding of two different people from different worlds, demonstrating all the more so how reductive it is for Danans to be reducing Alphen to just a symbol of someone who ought to fight for them in a partisan way. And on the other side of the table, for the Renans to see him as this kind of destroyer or oppressor who just subsumed their existence within Dana. The two worlds merged, and then there's all this talk about Renans, mausoleums, and some lord's child. And now, to top it all off, some idiot let Zeugles into the city. What the hell's gonna happen next? Up until recently, we would have left everything to the hero, but can we really trust him? I know that we're supposed to rest at the campsite out of this side of town, but I'm really interested to see if there are any Renans left, if there's a difference in the conversations that are happening on the other side of town. Anyone? Yeah, we've got a few. I wonder what will happen with the supply of goods going forward. If this turmoil further impacts supplies, any hope of coexistence is doomed. The heart of it. Yeah. These events can be climactic and dramatic and rife with literary content like we're talking about, but at the end of the day, I think she makes a great point. So much of it is more just the implications for day-to-day life, like supply chains, and will it make it easier or harder for people to have food on their table? Some rotten snakes tried to take advantage of the commotion caused by the embeddeds, but it didn't work out for them. There are some among us who would help the Danans. How shameless can you be? If I hadn't stashed that armor away, who knows what would have happened to me. Filthy embeddeds. If I were younger, I'd blow you all away with my astral arts. Now a lot of still just generic racism happening over here. I I heard that Alphen, the Blazing Sword, drew his blade on Danons. We would never do such a thing to our compatriots. I'll never understand what goes on inside a slave's head. So, Alphen can't win for losing, evidently. On either side of town. I heard that Nazamil was running with the Blazing Sword, but could such a thing be true? Whatever the case, she's a disgrace to Rena. She could be dead in a ditch for all I care. Further reinforcing, too, when you see these people just rejecting Alphen and Nazamil regardless of what they do. Just the fact that it has, like, their attitudes towards others have no relation to reality. It's purely like whatever experiential inputs they have, they're going to indiscriminately take as further evidence of and justification for their prejudiced views, which reinforces what the heroes seem to be experiencing and acting in favor of, the idea that more foundational perspectival transformations are required in order to actually affect coexistence. I'm so anxious that chaos may erupt again at any moment. Alright, I think we covered most of the conversations. Here we go. Did you hear? The Blazing Sword turned his blade on Danons in the plaza. We can't be sure he's on our side anymore. You know Deadeye would never have done anything like that. The Blazing Sword? No, I can't believe he'd do such a thing. I don't care how much you despise Renans, letting Zeugles into the city is a deranged act of pure lunacy. I'm shocked that there are Danons who would do such a thing. It's also really interesting if you just look at the set piece and the environment that grounds the events that just happened and also the reception of it. Like the confrontation between Alphen and the Danons who instigated the Zeugle attack and Nazamil, that all happened in that central plaza that's a walled garden. Like no one can see in there from out here, right? And so I think that's a perfect representation of how, like, the truth of the matter in terms of what events transpired and what it was that Alphen was standing up for and how the Danons were treating Nazamil and everything else. Like, all of the facts on the ground are inaccessible to the people who are out in town now. And so all they have to go on is rumor and their own presuppositions and whatever they take to reinforce their pre-existing narratives of what kind of future they want to build, whether that's segregationist or in favor of coexistence. And they did all that just with simple world design. I shouldn't say simple, but it's incredibly elegant, the way in which they represent that through the town in which the events took place. The Blazing Sword. Is it true that you turned your blade on us Renans? Say something. You're supposed to be our hero, aren't you? Hey, didn't you turn your sword on us? Bayfon's got your back, but that don't mean a damn thing to me. I've lost respect for you. Alright, let's get out of here. I don't think I know that reference, Doug, but I will take your word for it.
Say no more.
It's definitely a vibe right now, no doubt about that.
Wasn't off, was I?
No, the timing was perfect.
Without even looking at each other.
I'm not done!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
My turn!
Barely a blip on our radar.
I didn't know.
About Niez and the hollowing? Of course you didn't know. We never told you about it.
But those people hate Alphen now.
It's not your fault.
But
If anything, it was my fault. This happened because I couldn't control my anger.
You didn't start it. They were going to hurt Nazamil.
Unfortunately, if you favor either side, the other will hate you. If you treat them equally, then they both will. People have strong opinions when it comes to the Blazing Sword. Pleasing everyone will hardly be a simple matter.
What about you, Dohalim? As the final lord, you're in a similar position, don't you think?
True. Some turn to me for help, while others despise me. All simply because I am a lord. But compared to the symbol that Alphen must bear, my burden is quite light.
People can be entitled about these kinds of things. If they assume someone is there to help them, they're doubly disappointed when that's not the case. In that, Danins and Renins are the same.
So, what will we do now?
Let's go back to Viscint for now. We can decide whether to divide up or not once we get there.
What a scene at Camp 2. No campfire conversation before bed, just everyone quietly alone with their thoughts. Nazamil, most of all, perhaps.
It's so noisy. Is it morning already?
Wake up, everybody! Hurry!
What's wrong?
Nazamil's gone.
What? Are you sure she's not just taking a walk around while invisible?
Apparently not. She left behind a letter.
To my friends.
My first friends. It made me happy that I could help all of you. It made me happy to earn your praise. I don't want my friends to be sad. I don't want anyone to hate you. You all taught me that my power can be of use. So, I'm going to see if there isn't something I can do.
What is this? What are you planning on doing, Nazamil? You're somewhere nearby, aren't you? Please say something, Nazamil! Nazamil!
A letter written by a lonely girl to her first friends about her feelings and determination. What could that determination mean? I'm worried. You think so? Wow, a time skip. I wasn't expecting we got a time skip in the DLC. And a non-specific one, too. That's interesting, isn't it?
We're still searching for Nazamil, using Viscint as our base of operations. She was so happy to finally make some friends. Where could she be? What is she up to? Wherever she is, regardless of how much we continue to search, we still haven't managed to find a single trace of her.
Yeah, or maybe seal herself away in it or something?
And
I don't know.
once again, I find myself... She was spotted on Treslita Highway, correct?
Yes, but we don't know that it was actually Nazamil. All we know is that they saw a Renin-looking girl wandering around by herself.
I hope we find her this time.
Even if it isn't her, it's dangerous for anyone to be alone outside the city. Let's go.
Yeah, we know that the mausoleum, at least the one we visited, had a special reactivity to her, so maybe there's some sense in which she believes that she has some opportunity to sacrifice and erase herself as a price to pay for shutting down the mausoleums or fixing the problems that they're causing, preventing the world from becoming truly unified. And then we'll have to figure out how to stop that self-sacrifice and find another way, perhaps something like that. Okay, yes, this time I want to actually restock on items before we move forward. We need life bottles mostly. We also need money, actually. Please. Oh, thank God. We had so many commodity items. I forgot that's how money works in this game. I was afraid we were going to be bottlenecked for a second. Oh, no, but I accidentally sold all my life bottles because I'm dumb. I was in the wrong menu. Oh, that's alright. No harm done. Yeah, an inferred central one that presumably controls all the other ones. So yeah, I could imagine her thinking that if there were some way in which she could interact with that central one, she might be able to shut them all down or something, which perhaps might accidentally make things worse. Or if I know these games, my guess would be, like I said, maybe there's a way for her to do it at the cost of sacrificing herself. Whereas, hopefully, the party would be able to help her find another way. But we will see,
Did we really
I'm sure.
just spend that much money?
Well, and even purely thinking of it from the psychological perspective of Nazamil, you could see why, progressing from having no respect or understanding of herself to then having, as she said, her first friends and figuring out how she can be useful according to them, and then realizing that, being useful to them also means, not causing them to do violence to themselves or the rest of the world in the way that she did in Niez. It's a next logical step for her to think, well, maybe there's some way I can use my powers in a way that's useful that will actually, help my friends by erasing myself. Yeah, I'm still worried about those masks that we saw too. I mean, the one iron mask example that we have from the first game was used basically as a cold comfort to numb Alphen to his own trauma and allow him to survive after he frenzied from being a slave of the Renans. So I wonder whether there's some way in which she might use the other version of the mask that we saw figured in that one mausoleum which we visited to try to suppress herself in some kind of similar way. Alright, I'm not going to mess with accessories right now, but having better weapons will help. Oh, Law, thanks for saving Wilbur the other day. Me and Wilbur are going out again soon. Want to come with us? Oh yeah, and especially following up on the main game. I mean, they wouldn't introduce a mask that is like the Iron Mask, yet different than the Iron Mask, if they weren't going to put it to some use. That is a JRPG Chekhov's gun. Alright, we have a new subquest here also. Not gonna take too many subquest detours here,
You're
but
such a softie. Fine. Let's go ask them what they want.
might as
You're
well
pretty carrying
pick
yourself.
up some as we go. I didn't mean to interrupt
Well?
Well, Gil, how's the situation in the city? For better or worse, nothing has changed. I'm busy every day, too. Not only the Zoogles, but recently the disputes between Renans and Danans are increasing as well. Even in this city, huh? So even in Menancia, the influx of new immigrants is not going smoothly. Yes, here we only grant residence permits to those who accept the ideal of coexistence between Danans and Renans. Still, there seems to be a difference between accepting the ideal in their heads and accepting each other in their lives. I've also heard that the Renan soldiers who were originally in Viscint have invited their families here. Yes, thanks to many understanding Renans like them, there's very little overt conflict. That does not mean there are no problems. Yes, Dohalim learned that lesson the hard way during the main game. Exactly. Of course I'll be working hard to solve such problems, but it's not going to be easy.
Huh.
Is there something we can do right now? Oh, in that case, this is completely unrelated, but do you think you could find Zara for me?
Is that so?
Zara, did something happen to that black cat? She hasn't come home in a while, and I'm getting worried. I can't make time to go looking for her either.
I wonder...
Please, Kisara, if you could see Zara around the city, could you bring her back? If you see her around the city, excuse me.
Okay.
Understood. I'll start looking. Thanks, I'll be here, so let me know if you find her. Goodwill Ambassador Zara. Here, kitty kitty.
Where could Zari have gone?
Zari,
I hope she's
excuse me.
okay.
She was never far from Legil. Something may have happened to her.
As I recall, Miguel loved that cat as well. We should do our utmost to bring her back safe.
We have another subquest there. And we can resolve the subquest from there. Alright, perfect. Well, it looks like finding Zari will take us right through town, which is where we're going anyway, so might as well do that. Zari, there you are. Come here, cute little kitty. Meow!
What's that?
Look, that's Zari. She was over here getting food. Oh, Lord Dohalim. Is this your cat?
No.
No, it belongs to a friend of mine. We were searching for it, though, so I'm glad it's safe. I always see it around here, so I've been giving it food. It's my first friend here in Dana. Oh. You're a refugee from Lenegus, right? How have you been adjusting to this city? Not very well. I came here to live with my son, but I'm not quite there yet. Just a short time ago, I would have never dreamed of going down to live among the Danans. Thanks to you, Lord Dohalim, I've gotten used to living like this. I think it's fantastic that my own son is able to be so broad-minded. However, I simply can't. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel when I see my son being friendly with Danans. Everyone feels fearful or uneasy when confronted with new values or a new environment, but that will fade with time. You should take your time with it. You're right. This cat is a Danan creature, but it's incredibly cute. The coat of fur is beautiful. If I can become friends with this cat, I should be able to feel the same way about this world and about the Danans, similar to Nazamil bonding with Hoodle, if you think about it. Quite the feat you achieved here, Zari. Now come along with us. Meow. Oh, she got away. And here I thought it would be simple.
Run away.
Maybe she's not done playing? She looked fine.
Guess we'll just have to continue our search.
Hey!
Dummy, I said you can't do that. Why not? What's wrong with it?
Hey!
Hey, you two. What are you fighting about? Just listen to what my friend is trying to do to this cat. A cat? You don't mean... Meow. I just want to give that cat a delicious snack, that's all. But someone has a problem with it. Would you be quiet and listen to what I'm trying to tell you? Cats can die if they eat chocolate.
Huh?
Oh, really?
Right.
It's as he says. I knew something dangerous was afoot, but I didn't think it would be about this. Sorry. I just thought you wanted an excuse to get on my case because I'm Renan. If you want to feed it something, try a dried fish. Here, I'll give you one. Thanks. Hey, kitty, want to try this instead? It's really yummy.
Kisara.
She has such a delicate way of eating. Kisara, this is our chance. Stay still, Zare. Oh, she got away again.
Zare is quite a formidable fugitive.
Search even more for Zare.
Has she forgotten who I am?
She did choose Legil over you, didn't she?
Shh. No need to bring that up.
I can't believe this. What am I supposed to do? Looks like you're dealing with something serious. What happened? Lord Dohalim, My daughter went out to play and hasn't come home. Now this boy came to tell me she might have gone outside the city. We were playing with this cat. Meow.
Really now?
Sorry. So this is where you were? Young man, can you tell me what happened? In detail, please. I always saw that cat from far away and wanted to play with it. Then that girl called me over. And then we became friends and took care of the cat together. Took care of the cats together, like feeding them and grooming them. But then the tool broke and she went to go get the materials to fix it. Outside the city? Yeah, over that way. I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. It's okay. We'll find her. Leave the rest to us. Please do something.
Yes.
Right. Come, everyone.
A child all on her own outside the city. She's in danger. We've got to hurry.
Judging by her direction, she must have headed toward Traslita Highway.
We have to find her before the Zoogles do.
That's where we were going anyways.
Okay, off we go.
Right, so we have another subquest to pick up on the way, and then it looks like the child in danger is just beyond there. Come on, Rapigs, eat more food! Maybe it's because we expanded the fields. I hope adjusting to the new environment doesn't take too long. I love me some Rapigs. I think first introduced in Tales of the Abyss. One of
I think there's someone
the
in
many
trouble
good
here.
reasons to love them.
Well, let's see what they have to say.
Around here?
I think so.
Very unconscious. Are you okay? Wait, you're that foodie. Ah, a mainstay side character in the main game. You went hungry and passed out again? Here, have some of my bread. No way I'm eating plain old bread. Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you, young woman who is always hungry. What do you think is true gastronomy? True gastronomy? Good food, right? What else could it be? No, that is not what true gastronomy is about. I've kept traveling in pursuit of gastronomy even after the merging of the worlds, you see. And as I was doing so, I've been serving my dishes to Renans in various places, though it wasn't always easy. But somehow, even with the best of my meals, not everyone is satisfied.
Really?
I can't believe it. How can anyone eat your food and not be satisfied? But there are many areas that still have food shortages. I'm sure they enjoyed your food if you serve it to them. No, the expressions on their faces were far from satisfactory for me. It proves that I have not yet arrived at true gastronomy. So I want you guys to go talk to the people that I served Nochi to the other day. Remember to get opinions from both Danans and Renans. As a gastronomist, I need to create a recipe that will please everyone. If it bothers you that much, why don't you go ask them yourself?
Moron!
Idiot! As you can see, I'm too hungry right now to take another step. I have no choice but to ask you guys. Why did I see this coming? Let's see.
Got it.
If you insist, we'll go talk to them. I agree, I can't miss out on the true gastronomy he's seeking. Young woman who is always hungry.
There's no time to waste. Let's start asking around so we can help our foodie friend on his quest.
Wow, Shion, you're really throwing yourself into this one.
But I guess we have known him for quite some time now. We'll do what we can for him.
Look,
I can almost hear
over there.
Magyu coming
It's
out
the
in
girl.
Erica Lindbeck's reading of
Zoogles are
that shit
closing in.
online.
We have to move.
Out of our way!
You're mine! I'm not done!
Holy glitter!
Swallow mine! Double Phoenix Bang! Dragon Form! I'm not done!
Shion, you know what to do.
It's my turn, is it? I'm on it.
You're finished!
Oh, thanks, Rob.
Do it, Guardian advantage!
Good. Just have to make sure we keep it.
Don't worry, cause Rod's on!
Here I come!
Oh! Now I'm real mad!
Double Phoenix Bang! In an instant!
Impact block!
Metal! Here I come! Dragon Form! I'm not done!
Oh, must have been scary. It's okay now. Is it really?
Okay.
Yes, the Zoogles are all gone now. We heard from your mom and friend about what happened, so we came looking for you. Oh, so he... Yes, you have a very good friend. I hope you'll learn from this to not go carelessly wandering outside the city. Okay, I'm sorry. Can you get home from here by yourself? Try not to worry your mother and friend like that again. Gotcha. Thank you.
So then...
Well, we should head back too. Yes, Zari seems to be doing just fine, so we should let Legil know. Alright, back to... town? Yes, back to town.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
First things first, the most important priority, finding out about the nochi. The old man's dish? Yes, I did have some. Those nochi were quite delicious. Nochi? Gnocchi? Gnocchi, I think. Did you feel it was lacking in any way? Well, if I must say, the taste was new, but it felt a little off. But didn't you say they were delicious? Yes, of course, but the gnocchi I ate had a Renin seasoning. It felt a little different from authentic Renin food, and it didn't seem to fit a Danon dish. To make it more palatable to Renins, I would have liked it to be a bit more sweet and sour.
Of course.
I see, so Renins and Danons have different tastes as well. I bet Gordino is still in the process of recreating Renin dishes. But what I said was only if I had to nitpick. I want to thank that old man for making such a nice meal. Okay, we'll let him know. Well, I'd better get going then. I'm craving that old Danon's cooking now. All these food quests in the Tales games, they get me hungry every time. Might have to get myself some gnocchi.
Yeah.
You're asking if I ate a dish by a man named Gordino? Yeah, he made a dish called gnocchi, I think. It was actually pretty good. I'd love to try it again. Well then, when you ate the dish, did you feel like anything was lacking? Lacking? If I had to pick something, I suppose it tasted too familiar. Too familiar, huh? Could you be a little more specific? I don't mean it in a bad way. It's just that the seasoning was a Danon style that I'm used to. But actually, I've been into Renin dishes lately. There's a lot of food made by Renin people here, right? So now I'm interested in Renin seasoning, and I've been doing some research. What I just said was only if I had to choose something, though. I'm grateful to the man who made that dish, of course.
Interesting.
Danon seasoning, huh? That's something I never really thought about. I'm sure it was Gordino's kindness to make everyone feel at ease with the taste of home in this world full of confusion. He's a strange old man, but it seems he really wants to make people happy with his cooking. Is that enough? I've got some other stuff to do. Yes, thank you for your time. And be sure to share your feedback with him.
We've heard a lot about food, but not much about how we can actually help.
I'm sure Gordino will be able to figure something out. Let's tell him what we've learned.
Right after we resolve the situation with our dear feline friend. Kisara, you're back too. What do you mean too? Ah, Zari. My dear Zari came back just moments ago. So sorry to have sent you out looking for her. Looks like she got ahead of us once again. But she seems to be more plump than I recall, and her fur seems strangely shiny. Were you playing around town all day? Why didn't you come home? I was so worried about you. No, she wasn't just playing around. Sorry, I was working hard for the city. Really?
Good.
Yes, when it comes to destroying the walls that exist between Renins and Danons, she was more effective than a bumbling politician. My pretty little girl here? My. I'll have to work hard to follow Zari's example. Yeah, between Zare and Wilbur the Rapig and Hoodle, a lot of portraits about how animals can help to support coexistence and bridge distances between people of different backgrounds. I love that. It feels earned and heartwarming and also informative. Thank you for helping everyone in Menancia, Kisara. Sorry to put you all out. I know you've got your hands full. It was nothing. I'm happy to do whatever I can to help realize my brother's dream. Besides, you've got to be ready for Lord Doalim to return to Menancia at any time, right? What does Doalim have to do with anything? I'll leave it at that. Ah, right. This is for you, from everyone here. Hope it does you some good on your travels. I kind of feel like I've been brushed off, but thank you. Menancia is in your hands for a little while longer, Legil. Sage and Red Sage. Ah, and 20,000 gold. Fantastic. We're raking it in.
Zari brought everyone together, huh? I guess the appeal of cats is universal.
It sure is. Oh, Hoodle.
Aw, you've got plenty of appeal too, Hoodle. Don't you worry.
Hoodle, if you only knew how universally you were loved, my little owl friend. You wouldn't believe it. I'm gonna use that Red Sage right now. Make our healer a little bit tankier. Okay, now we have the Troslita Highway for our Foodie Gourmand. I would also just like to go back and quickly tie off that last subquest from the very beginning of the DLC because it's going to keep needling me if we don't take care of it.
Finally made it.
This should be everything you asked for. Right, I appreciate it. Let us know if you need help with anything else. Well, we'll be going now. Hey, wait, I wanted to apologize to you. I was cruel to you before. I really regret what I said to you then. Apologize? Oh, it's okay. You were in a different situation at that time, right? No, I knew nothing about you. I was scared just because you can use astral arts. I've been researching Danon magic and mages since then. That's right, I think he was someone who just resented and was prejudiced against her when he found out that she was a Danon mage with background in astral arts.
Huh?
Research? You mean you were at the library in Viscint to research about magic? Yeah, but I could hardly find any books about magic. I did find an old book that said mages who did good for the people were feared and persecuted. I realized I did the same thing to you, fearing you for your power even after everything you did for us. Fearing someone for their power, that seems to be a recurring theme in the DLC, doesn't it? And that's how you've come to change your mind. Yeah, so I wanted to apologize for what I did. I'm truly sorry.
Got it.
Oh, thanks, Torvin. I'm glad to know there are people like you. I know there are many who still find us frightening, but we'll do our best to clear up everyone's confusion. You really are a good person. I can't believe I was such an idiot. Everyone makes mistakes. I think what's important is being able to correct those mistakes when you realize you've made them.
Okay.
That's a nice ideal, but I bet there are very few people who can actually do that.
Yeah.
Right, and I admire you for that, Torvin. If there's anything you want to know about magic, feel free to ask me anytime. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. I don't want to hurt anyone again because of my ignorance. Oh, I loved that.
Torvin really gave me a lot of courage.
Right? Some people like him actually try to understand mages. And I think a lot of that is thanks to your efforts, Rinwell.
I hope someday everyone has a proper understanding of magic.
You can see her gradually just by dint of her influence and her efforts with individuals coming into her own as a leader and someone who will influence the overall culture of how people across the world interact with magic, especially as she continues to grow up. So cool to watch that happen in these games. I think a big part of what has me thinking about that now with her is due to replaying Tales of Vesperia and thinking about the story of Carol, someone else whom we only really see as a child, but you can tell in terms of his narrative in the story, it's the story of how a person who would ultimately become a great leader and key influence across the world came to find the personal resolve and courage and vision to become that kind of influence across the world. Alright. We'll hit Gordino on the way to the main objective. Hopefully find out a bit about where Nazamil has gone. Perfect. I love it when an adventure comes together.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Not that way. I didn't know that's what people thought of my cooking. It's okay, Gordino. They both asserted it was only if they had to nitpick.
Yes!
That's it. I get it now. This must be what's missing in my cooking.
Oh.
Sounds like you had an epiphany, Gordino. Yes, but to make that dish, I need the ingredients, and those ingredients are a sweet and sour lumpy fruit and a blue fish that tastes great, raw or cooked. And last but not least, something that neither oinks nor hops. Your descriptions are always so vague. I have no idea what kind of ingredients those are. It's too early to give up, Elfin. Cooking is not about thinking, it's about feeling. Exactly. And what I felt was necessary for true gastronomy is taste fusion. But as you can see, I'm too hungry to get up and move. I can only rely on you guys. Gordino, you're actually doing fine, aren't you? Anyway, go find me those ingredients I just told you. If you do that for me, I'll make the dish myself and give you the recipe too. Do we have them? Maybe? I guess not. Does it tell us our progress? I'm not going to think through that right now, but I'll try to keep it in mind as we collect ingredients going forward. I'm sure we'll find it. Alright, we have the meat and the fruit. We just need the fish. I hope it doesn't mean that we need to go fishing in order to acquire it. But there are plenty of fish in the waters, so hopefully just if we continue grabbing those when we see them available, we'll get that sooner or later. Alright. Onward for now.
You guys want to rest here?
I think we're okay. Actually, I might rest just in case there's a skit before we go forward.
Who wants to bet it's sunny tomorrow?
And where exactly do you think the money for this bet is going to come from?
Tengald says it rains.
Dohalim!
It's incorrigible.
It's finished. Hopefully the others like it.
What joy to be sated. May I know this satisfaction evermore.
Look, there's someone over there.
Yes, but it isn't Nazamil.
Well, let's go take a look anyway. Are you this kid's mom? I'm glad everyone's all right.
Are you going to kill us now?
What?
Oh, because of the rumors which have only grown in the last few weeks, I'm
Or
sure.
are you going to take my daughter away and brainwash her?
Wait, it's not like that.
Lies! I know who you are. The blazing sword of Dana is here to oppress us. And if we fight back, we die.
No, listen.
I never should have come here. I'm leaving.
Wait, you...
Don't come any closer!
Rumors only grow. Reminds me of watching the rumor mill run in Tales of Praxis.
That wasn't Nazamil.
Seemed like she wanted to move to Viscint, but in the end, she probably wouldn't have been able to fit in. I feel sorry for her child. Are you okay?
This isn't the first time this has happened. Let's go back to Viscint.
What was up with that woman and her daughter? And here we were worried about them.
It's all right, Law.
Even knowing how deep-rooted the conflict between Renans and Danans is, it's still difficult to accept that some people just won't listen.
Right. Putting all the blame for what happened on one person? It's irrational.
I know it'll be fine, but I'm always hesitant to let the blazing sword get wet.
I told you, don't worry about it. Our sword will be fine.
Our sword? How things change.
It's too bad that wasn't Nazamil, but at least we know for sure now.
Yeah. Let's head back to Viscint.
Isn't that what we were asked to find?
We've got all the ingredients.
There you go,
Gordino asked
mackerel.
for.
All right.
Time to make our
Quite good.
delivery.
I don't know that I could have told you mackerel was a blue fish if my life depended on it. And I had so many visits to the aquarium growing up, too. I'm ashamed! Never too late to learn something new from a JRPG.
How's this?
Are these enough ingredients, Gordino? The sweet and sour lumpy fruit is strawberries, the blue fish that tastes great raw or cooked is mackerel, and something that neither oinks nor hops sound like wrap eggs, don't you think? Oh, this is wonderful. Now I can finally achieve the true gastronomy I've sought. I'm really curious what you're going to cook up. Don't you rush, young lady. Now I'm going to show you what true gastronomy is with my cooking. All done.
What?
It looks like normal gnocchi. Don't judge a dish by its looks. I'll listen to all your complaints after you eat it. Like Gordino says, Alphen, save your thoughts until after you've had a taste. Fair enough. All right, let me try a bite. This is so delicious. It looks like normal gnocchi, but the unexpected combination of textures between the gnocchi and other ingredients is amazing. And this delicate taste. Wait, don't tell me all the ingredients are kneaded into the gnocchi dough, too. Seems like you guys noticed. This is the new fusion dish that is appropriate for this world. By using Danon seasoning as a base and blending it with Renan seasoning, I was able to bring out the best of both styles. A taste palatable to both Danons and Renans. This is the true gastronomy that I have sought. So this is true gastronomy. Now, please tell me your thoughts on my cooking once more. You already know what we're going to say. Absolutely. Exquisite. I'm in heaven. Harmonized. Oh, I love that. Looks like the hungry young woman and her friends have yet again been taught something new. Have yet again taught me something new. I wish I could read. However, I've only just taken my first step on the path towards true gastronomy. I will concoct recipes that represent the fusion of our worlds and bring smiles to the faces of Renans and Danons alike. So that's your way of coexisting. I think that's a great approach. There's no doubt your dishes can bring smiles to people all around the world. As I go traveling, I may come to need your help again. Yes, and I look forward to being able to taste your true gastronomy once more. New Era Gnocchi Recipe. A dish for the new era that combines Danon and Renan flavors. The interesting texture of gnocchi filled with ingredients will make anyone smile. I love that. And what a nice microcosm of so many themes between the idea that the Danons and Renans, when it came to their tastes, were looking for things that not only reminded them of home, but also gave them access and windows into the culture that wasn't theirs as something exotic and a new experience. And also that, as Gordino said, and as Shiona and Alphen said to him, figuring out how to support coexistence is as much a matter of figuring out how to express it according to your own interests and expertise and practices rather than merely serving in support of some abstract ideal. Like just saying, like you have to say when you go to live in Viscint, yes, I endorse the ethos of coexistence. Sounds nice, but it's hard to translate that into practice. But figuring out how to actually do it according to the things in which you're already invested, like Gordino with cooking, can actually bridge some of the distance between the cultures and make a material difference in pursuit of that ideal.
Forging a path to coexistence through cuisine is an arduous task.
I have faith he can pull it off, though.
His cooking sure put a big smile on Shion's face.
I'm sure the day will come when Danins and Renins share meals together without a second thought.
It makes me smile. No doubt about that. Makes me hungry. I feel like my stomach is getting ready to make some of the noises that we get from the stomach sound cues in these Tales games, but also makes me smile.
Aw, are you tired, Hoodle?
Sure he's not just trying to hide from us? You've been looking a bit blue these days. Want to talk about it?
Well, you know how for the past year I've been traveling with Shion? Without settling down in any one place like the rest of you?
To seal up the mausoleums, right? That's something only you guys can do.
The reason I didn't stay in cities for long was because I wanted to avoid people.
Because everyone's either calling you a hero or a destroyer, right? That's why you exploded in Nies, isn't it?
Yeah. I wanted to protect Nazamil, but it wasn't just for her. A lot of that anger was for my own sake as well.
But what else could you do? Any way you look at it, they were in the wrong.
Even so, I should have handled it better. If I hadn't lost control and caused this whole mess, Nazamil wouldn't have run off.
Look, I get why it's bothering you, but that doesn't mean...
It's not just her, is it? I get the sense that behind all this, you're actually anxious about your future.
Alphen's future? What are you talking about?
You really are perceptive when it comes to other people.
If people could be perceptive about their own business, no one would ever have anything to worry about.
No doubt. You're right, though. I'm in this mess just handling my own problems. I worry I'm not ready.
Regardless of what anyone says, it's your life. Don't let your future slip away from you. Or perhaps I should say, your future together?
Wait, that's... you mean Alphen and Shion?
Spluttering like a fish is not proper decorum, young man.
You're not even that old!
I'll still have to think it over and choose for myself, but I do feel better now. Thanks, guys.
"29 is old relative to the rest of them, like we established." Drinking together like this really makes you realize it doesn't matter whether you're Danon or Renan. For sure, it may even be time to think of a new name to replace Danon and Renan. Right, I think it's way past time. How about Menancium? Oh, I like that. It's familiar and it fits perfectly.
How many times do I have to tell you? We cannot allow that! What's wrong with asserting a right that I obviously have?
Not again.
Oh no.
Fine. If it's come to this, I'll use my astral arts to show you who your master is.
Enough!
Why, you insolent!
This man wishes to emigrate here, but is demanding preferential treatment because he's a Renin.
That's not how things are done here. Did you come here without knowing that?
Lord Dohalim. I had heard talk, of course, but I considered the rumors too preposterous to believe. So, it's true. The Blazing Sword and the Lord are working in league with one another. What an affront to our people!
Thank you for your help. He wouldn't listen to reason.
Lately, more and more Renins and Danins are acting like that.
It's true. I'm trying to think of solutions, but It's a very delicate situation.
Oh, one other thing. Droshin from the Department for Welfare was looking for you all. He says he has something to discuss.
Alphen. It's difficult to receive such hostility from a stranger. I know I've experienced it myself, but don't worry.
Ah!
Nazamil, where have you...
Be patient. Just for a little longer.
Nazamil, come back! I want to talk...
That didn't instill me with a lot of confidence. If anything, it instilled me with dread.
Nazamil was right here. Maybe we can... it's no good. There are too many people.
What did she mean by be patient? And why appear now of all times?
We spent so long searching for her. Was she actually watching us the whole time?
Reminds me of the Red Women from the second and third act of the base game. Representations of the Helganquo, who are guiding and ushering the activities and events of Renans and Danans from the shadows, purely in service of the great astral spirit of Rena. Yeah, there was a new color to her voice, not just resolve, but like the kind of cold distance that one has in a JRPG when one has a plan that outstrips any kind of personal relationships one had prior to taking on that plan. I'm concerned. All you ever do is work. You don't care about me at all. I do this to protect you and Menancia. Don't you see that? Alright, we're just about at time for the evening, so I'll probably get us set up and oriented in the next direction, and we can pick that up same time tomorrow.
Please forgive me for summoning you all. I was hoping I could ask you to deliver a personal correspondence to Cisloden.
Oh, we do get to go
A
there.
delivery?
I'm excited.
Isn't that a job for the Service Corps?
Can't wait to see how it's
Usually, yes.
changed.
Truth be told, they aren't too fond of the Corps over there as of late.
Really? The letter is for Bregan of the Silver Swords, right? I can't see him being upset about it.
He isn't the issue. It's the citizens of Cisloden. They're not just wary of Renans, but Danans too.
Makes sense. It is Cislodia after all.
I see. And you've come to us because you think no one would risk interfering with us. Is that it?
Yes. Of course, I don't think such a task would require all of you to carry it out.
What do you want to do? It's possible Nazamil will come back here.
Judging by that interaction, I don't think we'll see her again. Until she's ready. In which case, it's meaningless to continue searching for her. I think we should stay together so we're not apart when she returns.
But...
What Dohalim says makes sense. Besides, we've been trying to find Nazamil for a while. It would be good for you to focus on other things for a bit.
Yeah. Alright then. We'll make the trip to Cisloden.
Thank you so much. Here is the letter.
So what's this correspondence about?
It's a formal letter between autonomous organizations.
If only we could use Renan communication equipment.
True. There are so many Renan machines we've been unable to use since Lenegis collapsed.
Oh, Hootle? What? Did Hootle do something?
Oh, no, it's fine. I was just surprised to see him appear out of nowhere. I'm sorry for worrying you.
Shion, do you still have some of your anxieties from when you had your thorns?
Yeah, I guess. Sometimes I still panic when someone approaches me too suddenly. You know what they say about old habits dying hard.
Right. That must be difficult.
But overall, I've gotten pretty used to physical contact with others. It makes me happy more than anything.
The joy of human contact. Hearing that from you, of all people, makes it sound all the more wonderful.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And also, I think it's easy to forget as you grow older, but just the warmth of another can be really comforting. It's cold in Cislodia, but when I hug Hoodle tight, it warms me right to the soul.
I remember how, whenever I was feeling anxious or when times were hard, my brother would silently rub my back. The warmth of his hand told me that everything was going to be all right. It was reassuring.
Yeah, it's a way of communicating without words, isn't it?
I've still only experienced that a few times, but I think I understand.
Well, for what it's worth, you're always welcome to hug me, or even just lean on me, whenever you want. You too, Rinwell.
Yeah, and the same goes for the two of you with me. You too, Hoodle. Look, Xion, Kisara's waiting for us with open arms.
Really? Now? Well, all right then. I guess it'll help me get more comfortable with this sort of thing. Thank you. Both of you.
Oh. The opposite of Sophie's attitude towards Pascal wanting to touch her in Tales of Graces, as we know. Cooperation between autonomous organizations is not going well, but I think it's important to maintain a steady exchange of information. I'm glad that we were able to end on that skit with Shion's Thorns, because the one thing that was on my mind after that scene in the plaza with Alphen, when Shion was saying to him, I know how hard it is to be rejected by others just on the face of their assumptions by you. It occurred to me, it's really interesting now to see the way in which Alphen is getting broadly ostracized because of what happened in Nia's, because in a way it kind of mirrors the experience that Shion had with her thorns and the way that they prevented her from getting close with anyone for so much of the main game's narrative and her life prior to that narrative, with of course the difference being that the thorns were something that Shion inherited and had virtually no agency over, and Alphen now is kind of facing this ostracization. Yes? Yes. The isolation, at the very least, on the basis of his own actions and choices. Though, of course, as he was kind of reflecting on following the events in Nia's, it's kind of as if he was backed into a corner based on his commitment to his friends and his values and his ethos and the way in which the Danans were challenging that. So, yes, making a decision, but making a decision that was kind of the only possible consequence of his identity and what he was willing to stand for and what he was able to do, which I think was something else that was really well represented and even animated in that scene in terms of how he kind of seemed out of control of his own body as he was using the blazing sword, right? I think I even said at the time, man, is he being controlled by the seal and his role as sovereign? And I don't think he was, but I think at least my read on it now is it does seem to be a really marked symbol and representation of how just based on who he has become and the strong resolution that he had and basically any JRPG hero has at the conclusion of their story, some choices just are no longer available to him because he's the kind of person who has to stand up for particular things. And so in the face of the Danan's rejection and assault on Nazamil, there is only one choice that he can make. And so similarly, through certain constraints on his agency, he ends up in this position of being ostracized and isolated and limited in a way that kind of mirrors what Shion went through with the Thorns in the original game. Well, I'm hooked. I'm excited to see what happens next. You'll recall we were dwelling at the end of last stream on what it would take for these heroes of ours to realize the principles and the values that they defended cosmically at the end of the main game in the cultivation and support of a single abused girl. And we've seen that continue to develop over the course of this stream. Now that single abused girl seems to have some more autonomy and a sense of self. What she's going to do with that is another story. And so I'm sure that will be what we find out next time on the stream, which will be the same time tomorrow. So I hope you're enjoying this as much as I am. It's wonderful to be able to explore a brand new Tales adventure, which has just as much to offer as it promised and as we expected, by my estimation so far at least. So, 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, be back here. We'll go for another 5-hour block and keep on chugging and digesting, and plenty of more food metaphors, I'm sure, will be appropriate. This wonderful new piece of content by Bandai Namco, Tales of Arise Beyond the Dawn. So, Doug, thank you for hanging out, my friend. Always great to see you back. Pink Moon Neko, thanks for being here, my friend. And Krishna Nanda, great to see you back after a minute. Hope you always feel welcome to come through and hang out. Pleasure thinking about this wonderful new work of literature with all of you. Until tomorrow, my friends, happy Friday. Think well, game well. Yes, until next time, Doug. And we'll be back before you know it. I'm Aaron Suduko. This has been Tales of Praxis, and we'll see you again real soon. Cheers.